I thought you were timing it, but that's fine. Oh, these two women. No Irish supporters.
Ka tuku mihi mātou, Bowls New Zealand, Aotearoa, kia koutou, katoa kua tai, mai ki tēnei kaupapa hui huinga. Welcome to the Bowls New Zealand broadcast of the 2024 World Champion of Champions Singles, hosted this year in the City of Sails, Tamaki, Makaurau, Auckland. We're up to the final day of section play here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club, and looking forward to this one. We've got Sarah Kelly and Claire Day. One from Ireland and one from Canada. My name is Alex Reid. As usual, we've got John Macbeth in the commentary booth, but also joined by Barry Lester, as we see a wrong bias come across the rink. And just to intro us, before I talk to you, Barry, we'll cut to John and hear about what we've got to expect today.
Welcome to the Browns Bay Bowling Club in Auckland. It's day 4, which means this is the final chance for competitors to qualify for post-section play at the World Bowls Champion of Champions Singles. We're broadcasting, of course, from New Zealand, but we do know that around the bowls world there are hundreds and hundreds of people watching. For example, in Dublin right now, the Crumlin Bowling Club has over 100 members there, no alcohol of course. They are watching and supporting their favourite player, Sarah Kelly, who's about to play her crunch match against the Canadian opponent Claire Day. Now, it might sound as though it's only Irish people watching, but Claire Day has her husband Robin watching in Alberta, and one of her sons is watching in Honolulu. So we're spreading far and wide here at the World Bowls Champion of Champions Singles in Browns Bay. I'm joined by a very special commentator today, so sit back, relax and enjoy.
Well, what an intro that was from John Macbeth. Barry, and can you just tell us, what have you been doing here in Auckland on this side of the Tasman?
Yeah, thanks very much. It's really good to be here, and it's my first time, and spectacular position to have a bowls club a couple of 100 metres from the beach anywhere in the world, but to be here experiencing it for the first time, I'm honoured and privileged, so thank you for the opportunity, and I'm really looking forward to commentating for the day. And I've been out on Auckland for the week, coaching, you name it, anyone and everyone from representative players to club players, and I received an invitation from Bowls Auckland and definitely took it up, and I've really enjoyed being over here for the week and meeting people and trying to upskill them using any knowledge I have in the game, and I've just loved their company and just seeing their smiling faces and seeing their love for the game, in which I have obviously.
You've gone down very well too, mate. That's it's been really good to have you here, and I know around our area there were questions being asked, how can we get them down to Wellington, you know, to Kapiti? And
do I smell a repeat visit?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'd love to come
We can't
back.
pay you. Yeah. So this will be interesting. I mean, we've got one of the characters of the tournament here, of course, with Clear Day, and those who've watched her over the years will know she always has a spectacular hat. She's a life member of the Honolulu Bowling Club, and that's where the sort of the hat design came from. But a lot of laughs. Carries what looks like a first aid pack on her back, just in case.
Yeah, I'm all for it. We're definitely a sport that shows the individualism of each player, and you see different uniforms. And I've had people question me over the years about different haircuts and earrings and necklaces and stuff, and you know, everyone's just out there being themselves, which makes this game so great.
There's only people who have got here who criticise you.
Yes, you're probably right there, John.
Have you had a roll up out here, Barry, or not?
Not on this particular green or at this club, but during the week I've seen some spectacular venues, and I guess I've learned a lot as well, more about Auckland and the culture of the bowls over here, even though I've been here quite a lot to New Zealand, but everywhere's different, and the passion for the sport really lives strong here in Auckland.
So these players from outside of this area, takes a while for them to settle down onto the conditions, very fast greens, what they're used to. So we see that Clear Day is using XGs, which she doesn't tend to use at home. And there's the family of the Irish. So that's Nolene on the right, mother of Sarah. Richard on the left is dad, and Auntie Mag in the middle. And they've played quite a lot together, actually. They've won national titles, Sarah and Mag, her auntie, and her mother as well. So big bowling family.
Pretty cool sunglasses too. It's all happening. I love it.
I was just going to say that. It's quite a wraparound sunglass situation. Although the sun in New Zealand, as we know, is it's quite harsh, isn't it?
Yeah, and we have that down in Tasmania as well due to the ozone. So yeah, Tassie and New Zealand don't get as much up around the northern parts of Australia, but every time I've come over here I've thought, well, it's 13, 14 degrees. Yes, the sun's out and absolutely got scorched. So
what could go wrong?
you jump in the shower and it's like boiling water, and but yeah, that's definitely one of the parts of the game and parts of your preparation you got to look out for. And caught up with my mate Ross Owen before, and he's had someone, I won't mention who, I don't want to throw him in the deep end, putting his sunscreen on for him. So I'm like, that's a first. I've never had that. But very important. Good to see everyone protecting themselves out there.
That might be something as part of your coaching we can talk about during the day too, Barry, is preparation for any event, whether it's a club championship or a world championship. Just there's nothing worse probably than getting on the mat and thinking, oh, I didn't put my sunscreen on. And it's those smaller, well, that's not a small thing, but it is those things that can really distract you from being cool and calm as you step on the mat.
Yeah, preparation very important from many components, hydration and all that. So another great shot there from Sarah up. Two bowls pretty much identical. That's very important early in the game to try and at least get one of the two major components of the game, either your line or length.
So they've decided that the forehand, they had the two ends, trial ends, and so they've both decided that forehand going in this direction. It'll be interesting to see what they use coming the other way. If they have the choice, of course, sometimes they have no option. There's a nice correction here too from Claire. So a couple down, and she makes a beaut correction, which brings her the shot. That's just another indication of no end is won until that final shot is played. And we'll see what Sarah Kelly can do with her final bowl of this first end.
Yeah, Claire stuck at it there, 4 bowls on the forehand, didn't swap and change, didn't break her rhythm up, backed herself with her last bowl, got the reward. That's a big confidence booster to be able to do that with your last bowl.
one to Canada, one to Claire Day. The 7 sets get through pretty quickly, and so there we have, you know, it's wearing sandals, which is, you don't often see. Most people tend to have covered footwear, but there's nothing wrong with sandals or jandals or thongs. And a lot of people prefer to have the air flowing around their feet because it can get quite hot out there. So playing to almost to the 2 metre.
As long as she's put sunscreen on the top of her feet, John.
She'll have little white strap marks through there.
Yeah, footwear is very, very important. Long days out there on the green. I do recommend, if you can, try and go and see a professional, a podiatrist, and have your feet scanned, and they'll be able to recommend which kind of footwear. There's a lot of different shoes out there and different styles of footwear, and generally your feet need to be matched up with a certain type of foot, and I know that's helped me over the years. I've had plantar fasciitis and different bursts and that in different places after 28 years of bowls, lunging and twisting and turning, and yeah, good correct footwear is very important.
So the question's been answered now. They're both
what a bowl.
Continuing on this side.
That's
of the
incredible to draw around the yellow shot. That just shows you how much these greens do turn.
Talk about footwear, and dare I go into socks. The number of times you see someone take their shoes off and they've got, you know, holes or very thin, worn-out socks, and you might spend a lot of money on your shoes, but if you haven't got decent socks, you know, you defeat the purpose. Gosh, my feet are sore. Well, you not avoided some cushioning by having those.
Yeah, and once again, there's really good socks out there. I know my mate Gary Kelly, who Sarah would know really well, from Northern Ireland. My teammate, he wears a grip sock so it doesn't slide around his foot. You know, the strong movement he uses with the draw and the driving. Yeah. The grip sock just stays still so his sock doesn't slide around his foot. Seeing our first bowl on this left-hand side of the rink, I'm interested to see how this side of the rink plays, because already the percentage of bowls played on the inside hand already is much higher.
I think that's probably the first one that's gone down that side.
Yeah.
Well, we noticed we've had one day of play in this direction because they've been going turnabout to keep the wear even on the green. Is that it seems as though there's a little bit of a wind tunnel coming in through the gate, isn't there, John, that can make a difference when there is. And we saw that bowl there get bogged on Sarah Kelly's.
Yeah, the bias was definitely not as sharp with those last two deliveries as the other side of the rink.
Yeah, there's the gate there, so the wind just blows in through.
And even if they shut it.
Yeah, it can work against you. It can swirl back into the clubhouse and or bounce off the club, as we see at a lot of clubs in Australia. If you're playing on a rink right up against a clubhouse, it can play havoc. Sarah just needs to clear that. Stay on, it's going to be handy.
Certainly, if Claire decides to play with some weight through there, which she might do, she's got second and third shots, so she could play onto that bowl on the left-hand side of the jack, which is her own, and push Sarah's at back and pick up 2 or 3.
What I really like there is Claire had a look from behind the head, then she went round the front, stood in line with the head from the front, about 6 feet in front. So she's had her 360 risk assessment now, and now the shot's clearly made up. There'd be no second guessing once she gets to the mat. You can clearly see she's got the shot in her mind, and that's so important.
Yep.
Great setup, nice bend in the knees, bend in the arm. Some form of weight here.
She's not a mile away, is she? Get an inside edge off her own, and
cannon.
Punched it. There you go.
Beautiful.
So takes that out, gets a couple out of it.
That's class.
Yeah, I was thinking she'd play the other hand. That was my, for the same result, but she played it perfectly well coming that way.
To play with that weight control on a 17-second grass green on your forehand to cannon a bowl out is very impressive.
And only her second delivery on that side as well. So she's not only picked the line with weight, but played really hard touch weight and stayed around. I think that was the key to that shot, to just try and stay around. But Sarah now, well, she might be 2 down, but she's got all the back stuff.
And she must have learned from that, because she put down one with a bit of weight to go around the back. And she'll know that she needs to find...
Needs the jack.
She's got
What
it.
a shot.
That's a beauty.
Sarah Kelly.
Yeah. And hear the roar from the Crumlin Bowling Club in Dublin from here.
One of those times where you're grateful for the wide rinks as well, because it's the wide World Bowls rinks. You'd be unlucky. Maybe in domestically New Zealand we have quite narrow rinks that could have been a kill on the 2 metre, which would be a calamity for a good shot. But looking like it's stayed in bounds, and a beautiful bowl from the Irish player.
2 it is. Our marker today is Joseph van der Pennen, who himself is a very classy bowler and is featured at national championships here in New Zealand. So he's sitting in the background there wearing the Irish gear is Sarah's husband Rob. So a top shot there to grab 2 on the second end, and it's Kelly leading Day by 2-1.
Something we've been watching, Barry, over the last few days is where the jack is being delivered to. And I can't say there's been a consistent strategy from the international players. We've seen a few, remembering they play on like 11 or 12 second greens, we've seen a few actually opt to play shorter ends, which surprised me. What sort of strategy would you expect to see if you're from a northern hemisphere coming down here to New Zealand? What strategy do you think would work best for them with the jack throw?
Great question. Gee, you've...
I'm just checking them
I
out.
love it. No, I love it.
I don't have an answer.
Thank you. And I'm going to put it in the best way possible for me and the viewers, of course. So when we look at delivery, so let's have a good look at Claire. She gets down nice and low, and she's quite static at release, so she doesn't really push forward or press forward off the mat. So watching someone's delivery can really sort of dictate terms as well. So you might see someone that's quite dynamic, pressing off the mat, using a lot of body weight. And if you're on a really fast green, ideally I'd probably go short against them to try and really test out their touch early on. And as we see here, Sarah, she stands quite tall and probably has a bit more of a dynamic delivery, more force moving forward. So once again, I'd probably elect to go short. But also, it comes down to what you've done previously as well. I think reflecting on your past performances and what seems to have worked, and keeping that in the forefront of your mind, keeping that positive mindset. So as you can see there, Sarah, a little bit heavy, but ideally you'd wanted to finish pass with her second bowl after setting up that type of head. But yeah, I'm a big one on monitoring delivery, because I think that generally will be a result of how the player will go in certain conditions.
So it's really a matter of, particularly in singles, isn't it? You can't switch off.
No, not at all.
Interesting to see how much this bowl comes back on the backhand in this direction, and not a huge amount really.
Decent weight though both times from Claire, but just not quite nailing the weight. Great body language from both players so far. Like I said before, I loved how Claire really did that 360 risk assessment of the head before she played her weighted shot. A nice line from Sarah.
So one slightly short, but is the shot. Then one goes into the ditch. Third one is a bit shorter than the first. So that's those early stages of a match where you're still coming to grips with the speed of the rink. And both hands are quite different.
Great body language. Look at that. Claire stalking that bowl out of the hand. I don't think you're going to get Sarah playing the right hand of this screen very much after what we've seen already. Sarah's bowled 3 bowls so far, right down the middle of this rink on her forehand. I think it's going to take something quite drastic to make her switch. us bowlers or any athlete, I guess, if we find there's an easy way of doing it, we'll generally stick to it.
And I suppose too, when you look at the head and you see that Sarah's got that bowl which is, you know, half a metre short or whatever. If Claire had been preferring the hand that this bowl's coming down now, she wasn't in much. I mean, it would have been quite okay to play that hand. She might think, oh, I might knock that jack up, but you're already
Lovely
down
bowl.
to that, so knock that bowl up, but you're already down.
Absolutely.
So now I'll be interested to see what she does. She's 3 down.
Yeah, well, Sarah's just had free rein on that hand.
Yeah.
And that's it for her pretty much. Like I said, that's going to be her hand. She sold that now, and forehand, it'll be forehand, backhand for the rest of the match until something disturbs her enough to force the switch. And it's important to make up your mind early in the game and really work on that muscle memory.
Over on her, Matt.
She's committed to that hand now, so here she goes. Her weight's been pretty good. And that's been the killer on these greens for a lot of the players. She'd be wishing she had this green first up.
Needs it to break or it's going to drift past. Has done so. That's going to be a 3 there to Sarah Kelly, the Irish player, to lead now 5 shots to 1 after 3 ends.
Or is it? Is it 3 he's got there? Oh, yes, it is. Good.
Glad Joseph practiced his lollipopping earlier, just turning them around so you can see regardless of where you're sitting, or in our case where a camera is pointed. Beautiful day here at Browns Bay Bowling Club. Again.
So we'll just see what sort of a length Sarah pulls out this time. It's not going to be very short, that's for sure. Brings it down almost to the 2 metres. So we'll see pretty much this sort of length throughout from the indications we've got from the 2 players so far. Sarah Kelly of Ireland leading Claire Day of Canada by 5 to 1.
And a good start for Sarah in this match. She's settled down nicely.
The amount of confidence that run shot on her on the second end would have given her is can't be underestimated.
There's a commentator's curse. It always happens.
It does. Yeah, definitely, John, you're right. And it's just winning the mind battle too, because Sarah might have looked at that shot and said, wait a minute, do I go really big? Do I draw? Do I swing? And playing that right weighted shot and getting the reward, gee, that builds a lot of confidence, as you said. So that mind battle we suffer from early in a game usually comes back to confidence.
And on the other hand, for Claire, it's a matter of she must be considering the fact that, as we said earlier, her weight's been pretty good. So that's not troubling her at all. And playing this hand that she played just then, she's got it sussed. She was holding 3 when on that second end when Sarah played that butte shot that took the jack into the ditch. So it hasn't been all one-way traffic. Apart that previous end was a horror one for her when she played that left-hand side as we view it now and couldn't work out the green until the last bowl.
Yeah, it was an experiment that definitely didn't come off for Claire the previous end. So I'd be very surprised if she elects to try and play that hand again. She didn't play an effective bowl at all on that occasion. So I think we'll find she'll try and settle into this side of the rink, and if she can't match Sarah, at least try and deter her from playing her high effective bowls.
Did I just talk about her weight control?
Yeah, well, I did one commentator's
Yeah.
curse, so you followed it up, John. So Barry must be next.
Well, I'm going to shift subjects a little bit, maybe, just to get
Good call.
get me out of it. I'm going to talk about the conditions. So I've got it at 18 degrees and about 15 kilometres of wind, just a little bit of a breeze. And so for our viewers, they're the conditions that face the players. Quite kind, really. And it's pretty protected here. I noticed I went for a walk around this morning and had a good look at the surrounds, and yeah, in a little bit of a valley, which is very handy when it comes to bowls. And it's quite protected. So, but my first time here, as we said, and yeah, what a great venue it is. So much history. I love looking in the trophy cabinets and seeing all the history of the place. Beautiful club.
And that's another point. you touch on about preparation, isn't it? If you're new to an area, have a look around it. And I'm not talking as a tourist, I'm talking as a bowler. Have a look around, see what the conditions are like. You know, take notice of everything apart from the green stuff in front of you.
Absolutely. Yeah, if I haven't played on a green, sometimes I walk the green as well. Just look for a little, what I call a sweet spot, just to maybe roll the jack into the first end and get off to a bit of a good start. But
are we going to see a forehand shot?
I was just going to say, I don't think we're going to see a draw shot. I think we're going to see weight again. The confidence has to be there. Sarah did it before. Well, it is. I think it is a draw shot. Will it come back?
Well, that's the big question. Trying to break.
Will it come back? Well, Sarah Kelly.
That's outstanding.
That
What a bowl.
Yeah.
You spoke, Barry. She literally hadn't played an effective bowl on the forehand yet. There, to get down and go, well, the percentages are, it looks more open on the forehand, and to nail it is very impressive. Currently sitting third in the section is Sarah Kelly. So she's tracking okay for a qualifying spot if she can win this game in the next. Shay Wilson from Norfolk Island has also won 3 games out of 5 and is sitting 4th, but back 3 set points back. Top 3 qualifying, of course, for post-section.
Avoid that. Oh, gee.
It was lovely weight.
Yeah. So Kelly's playing really good shots under pressure. She picks up the jack. Not before she got the okay from her opponent, and she takes the mat back after a very good shot, which hauled that end back into her favour.
Lovely bowl.
Yeah, you're right, John. So I've got her down for 2 back-to-back pressure acts in that direction.
Yeah.
Both ends 2 and end 4.
Yeah.
Down 2, made a 2, and then down 1, made a 1. So there's some surplus shots there to come out of a pressure act. And
if you're her coach or her support, that's the sort of information that she'd want relayed to her later on, isn't it, I suppose? At the end of it, let's do a quick review of what we've done.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's not always about scoring either. So
No.
if you are 3 or 4 down, or even a multiple down, and you can cut it back to a single count, that's a pressure act in itself, especially if you're playing some kind of recovery bowl. And if you've got a coach saying, well done, you were 3 down, you've cut it back to 1, always find the positives, even though the actual result might have been losing the end.
Yeah.
So once again, Sarah's effective rate on that forehand in this direction has been really, really good. That bowl there inside of mat length.
Oh, now look, this is interesting. She's going to stay with that. So maybe she just prefers a backhand.
John, you know what's happened? She heard us in commentary, and she's going to try and prove us wrong.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be the first or the last time.
She is going to prove us wrong.
Here
Look
we
at
go.
that.
Needs contact. Needs to slow up. Well, it's down the spine anyway, so it's at least centered, and that's the line sorted now.
Well, there you go. So well done, Claire. She does listen too, because she said to me this morning, oh, you're the guy that was talking about some of the players are under 26 and some aren't and won't remember 26. And she said, I laughed, and I was thinking, oh, can I remember 26?
Been a great mixture of players. I think it's one of the special things about this Champion of Champions event, which we've had in New Zealand 2 times in the last 4 years, is there's a mixture of players, and some of the bowling nations are very well established, like Australia, New Zealand and the home countries, and other of the bowling nations are newer. So you've got countries where bowls might have only been there for 10 years, and they get this chance to mix and mingle, and lots of friendships are made, aren't they? And it's nice to see those connections sort of spread across the globe, so to speak.
Yeah, I've been chatting to a few of the players in the field and just saying it'd be good to catch up. And yeah, you make great relationships and with players that are new or older to the game. And yeah, and I find that never lose sight of that, especially at club level, that you might play against a club down the road from you. And yes, your opposition on the green, but never lose sight that it's a great sport to meet new people and make new friends.
For example, in the background there, you see the Swiss representative. It's we've got the Zoltan from Hungary. We've got the player from Turkey. All know each other, you know, because they play these events from countries in which bowls is insignificant, but they are as committed as any players around. Another good bowl there from Kelly.
Just taking her time making this decision, clear day, perhaps because you see that Kelly's bowl's low on the what's it, that about 2 o'clock to the jack. Maybe from Claire's point of view, she might be thinking, oh, is that in my way on the back end? Do I have to switch?
Yeah, I think what I do like, at least asking some questions, just gaining some information. We're talking that jack, between Matt and Jack, you're talking about 32 metres of length, so it's a long way away. Use the marker's knowledge down the other end as much as you can. I like this track here from Claire. Has it got the weight?
She'll be annoyed. She did everything right. See, there's 2 really good tracks she's had. One sitting just over the jack, but dead on the centre line, and the other one was heading in the right direction.
Gets the ball away really smooth. Sarah Kelly. Body language tells me she's not really keen on this one.
Turn.
Yes.
Coming back at the end. So look at that. The weight was okay, but just on that high side.
Okay, she didn't count, but at least she didn't make it any easier for Claire. Sometimes we can get, unfortunately, caught into trying to draw another one and maybe boxing or framing the head and giving Claire an easier shot. So Claire, for me, still has to play a really touch draw shot here to try and win this end.
She's been down, had a look at it. Can't move those mitts around with your foot. They, the grooves on the back just stop them moving. Here we go. Same hand again. Her backhand that looks a tighter line. See what she comes up with. There we go. She's picked up the mat. Here it is.
It's going to cause confusion.
Needs a clear run. Edge off the front. Not quite.
Well, so the speed that was taken off by just nudging her own has denied her the shot. And it is another 2 to Sarah Kelly of Ireland. She now leads by 8-1.
It's end 6 of 7 in this first set, so a 7-shot lead to Sarah is a very healthy one. She would back herself to hold on to this set, you would say.
So Sarah won the British Isles singles gold in a final against Steph Branfield, who's here representing England. And it was one of those matches where everything was going right for the Irish woman. She was up by 20-4.
Oh, that's good.
And then her opponent got the mat and started playing short ends. And she said, I wasn't playing badly, but she was just winning the ends. And at 20-17, Branfield dragged the jack into the ditch, or close to the ditch, and was holding game. And with her last bowl, she drew the shot. Kelly drew the shot to win at 21-17. So that's you beat through that sort of ringer. You can put up with most, can't you? Particularly at the big final in Britain.
My understanding for the British Isles Championships, John, is it's sort of like a mini world champion of champion singles. They send their winners through and they play off. So it would have been a good preparation for Sarah Kelly and also for the other British Isles representatives who've made their way down to the bottom of the world to practice there.
Yeah, well, she's won 5 national titles, and 4 of them have been with her mother, who we saw earlier on, and a couple of them also with her auntie. So it's a really big bowling fraternity.
Great to hear too, John, that their bowling club has organised to get together to watch this evening. Well, it's this evening over there, isn't it?
Yep.
Or is it yesterday evening? I'd always I've got no idea.
Yeah. Yeah. It's whatever time it is in Ireland, so they're enjoying it.
A time that isn't the time that it is here.
So just a little observation here. Sarah, she did play that clutch bowl 2 ends ago in this direction, but I really did like the line and all the ingredients to that first delivery Sarah did play, but she did switch, which I didn't expect, and she switched and pushed it heavy. So now not only she played 2 loose bowls, but they've both been on separate hands. So trying to get that muscle memory and that continuity in her game, I didn't expect her to switch. Now she might be forced to switch back to the backhand again, and this becomes the area of the game you don't want to get into. So it's interesting to see what she does here and if she can correct.
Yep, there we go, back to the backhand.
And it does sort of creep into your mind. Oh, forehand, backhand, short, long. And it becomes this mental game. Can she correct on her first bowl? Looks good.
Yep.
Clipping the front. Might be enough for shot.
I would say it is, that last bowl that Sarah played at 1 o'clock to the jack. Be surprised if it wasn't counting. Clear day, just having a look at the scoreboard. Going up. Yeah. Need to find a 3 and a 4 to draw the set.
Famous for her hats. Clear day. And I'm not sure that she'll start a trend, but anyway, it's... Oh, she might just... Oh, wait, it's not as good.
Kick it.
Hold her up, eh? Yeah, kick it.
Need a curling broom. Canada's good at curling. How often do you want the bowl just to run that little bit further?
Just asking which is the third shot, is she?
Get back to the forehand. I think it's trying to just cover the multiple out in the wing there. If the jack was to be sliced or chipped out to the wing. No.
Well, is she on? Oh, yeah, that says it all.
Was that a reaction to the wind?
Well, you can hear it in the effects mic. It may be, and the bowl has barely turned at all, so it's probably going from the right to the left on your screen as you see it. Always frightened that I'm going to double bluff myself in the wind, because it's often quite swirly, and you might be standing on the mat and feel a gust. You never know if it's what's actually going to be hitting your bowl.
I can't really see a good multiple for Claire other than trying to put the jack in the ditch and taking the back bowl of Sarah's out on the way through. If the jack does come to the bottom of the screen, say at 5 o'clock, she can pick up at 3. Risky, but
yeah,
don't see any other options trying to...
Might just knock her own up for a
and
couple. That's
yeah,
about it.
Indicates that Claire's almost at peace with not winning the set here and just trying to get a feel for the head. That's a nice wait for the shot to draw 1.
So it's good big scattered head on this particular end. It is 6th and penultimate end. We're going to have a measure here, are we?
Oh.
No. Just a single. So 9-1 is the score. So that set is done and dusted for this combination. They'll still play it out, of course, but 9-1 is Kelly, well, both the players want to win this. It's a crunch game, as I mentioned earlier. If they're going to retain any hopes of qualifying, they need to win this, and Sarah Kelly has made the best start.
Doing everything right, isn't she? And she'll be looking to try and keep that momentum. Barry, we've spoken over the days with this set system. It's fascinating how it seems to work, but we often see a set like this where Sarah's going to win comfortably. Why do you think it is that when the next set is about to begin, often the momentum seems to change, or people can get up? You know, if it was just a game that was 9-1 and you play it on, you'd back Sarah just to push on from here. But we've seen it 3 times, I think, in the last 3 days, where the first set's been well in favour of one player, and the second set is totally different for no apparent reason.
Yeah, and in cricket, what are the nervous 90s? You know,
Yeah.
what actually are they? It's just another a block of runs you've got to score.
That's right, set point in tennis and all that sort of
absolutely.
thing.
So, you know, you hear that in cricket, the nervous 90s. Why are they more nervous than the 80s and so on? So, it's a mind game, and we know that probably the 2 key areas to playing the best you can in bowls is, in most sports, is your mind and your body, and you've got to work on your mind control. You've got to test yourself out, work on your mind strength and mental strength, and try and play as much simulated games leading into a major like this to prepare you for the environment. And yeah, you shouldn't be looking at any different other than we hear from some of the great players saying it's just another end and treat each bowl on their own merits, and it really is that. But as I said, going back to the last end, Claire, well, she did have an opportunity to potentially, create a 3 to try and remove the jack and take that back bowl out. But you've got to be staying sharp, and you've got to be keeping that positive mindset front of mind. The negatives can creep in, but then it does work both ways. Claire's probably thinking, all right, I'm still in this. I can still win the second set. And so that's all how you want to, utilise that mindset.
It'd be probably quite good if you could divorce yourself from the scoreboard for most of the game, wouldn't it? If you didn't know what the score was, you just want to keep on winning ends. But of course, you have to know at some stage.
And some players are really good at that. I know Kelsey Cottrell, she quite often she reverses the score if she's leading. So the moment she gets out to some kind of lead, 10-5, she treats it as though she's 5-10 down and just plays with that never say never, never say die attitude. And there's little ways in it, but it'll all come back to your training.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do you place a lot of emphasis on visualization of certain situations?
Absolutely, yeah. And that shot, as I mentioned before, that Claire may have played, they're the scenario shots that may, and Claire would have looked to play it if it was depending on winning the game or not. And definitely trying to visualise those shots, and you can do it well and truly before you go out and play. Grab a minute or two by yourself and start seeing yourself, visualise seeing yourself playing well and playing those shots.
That was the thing that Peter Bellis always spoke about, wasn't it, when he won the World Singles against Willie Wood with his last bowl. He had to drive through a gap to pluck a bowl out and win. He said, well, actually, I'd visualised it thousands of times. I'd played it before in my mind, so when it actually came to the crunch I needed to play it, I didn't feel pressure because I knew I'd done it before, and I think that's a really powerful tool.
So we've got a pretty handy bowl there by Claire Day of Canada. And this will be setting her up for the next set. She's down 9-1. This set is out of her reach, and she just wants to make sure it's that matter we've talked about too, Barry, of making every bowl worth something. Whether you're in a situation like this where the game's out of control, you still want to get something out of your bowl.
Yeah, that might be enough. Depends. Just the one.
Just the one. Okay, so the set's done. But for Claire Day of Canada, she starts with, or she ends that with a positive. 9-2 the score. We go into a new game, second set of this match between Canada and Ireland.
And Claire looks like she's keeping her own scorecard there, just writing down the first set. It's interesting. We see that in a few players, don't we? They keep track. And I know, I think it was when Malaysia first came on the scene at the Commonwealth Games in the 90s. They were renowned for keeping a card in their pocket, and they almost they kept track of each bowl that they played as it was happening.
Yeah, and that's literally documenting your debrief. A lot of people will just debrief inside their mind, and it's important to do that after each end, or some may do it after each delivery, but it's important to take a little time out, assess your experience, and maybe try something new or stick to what's working. As we see, Sarah's playing great line on that backhand in this direction, and the jack's quite long. It's the first time it's sort of been right up against the tee there, so and we see still a little bit of indecision from Claire on what hand to play, and we're on the 8th end of the games, first end of the second set.
Well, she's got her sister Val here and her friend Donna. They're sitting here watching, keeping under the shade under a big umbrella, and she says her husband hasn't come because she said when he comes and watches me, he can be 3 greens away and I can hear him saying, "Why did you play that shot?" So quite a vocal supporter without doubt. But I've been here in New Zealand before. They came on a cruise and spent a week in Wellington, which they didn't intend to, but father-in-law, I think it was, took ill, and so they had to spend quite some time. And the way they spent it, they had some accommodation near a bowling club in Wellington, and the bowling club just took them in, and they play bowls wherever they go. They had a cruise around the country and just played bowls everywhere they went.
Sounds horrible, John.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done a cruise around New Zealand and stopped in a few ports and played a bit of bowls.
Oh, okay.
I actually hosted a cruise once, and it was fantastic. And yeah, to think you can go cruising and playing bowls, and you love your game of bowls, it's a pretty good mix.
Yeah.
It's a nice shot there from Claire. So two good bowls, really, line-wise. A bit better with the weight on the second occasion. But over that distance, 30 metres, she's done well.
I'm actually booked to go to Aussie in June next year. There's a group of people loosely call them people, an organised tour to go and play in a few clubs over there.
Great. Try and get to Broadbeach if you can.
Yeah, well, I love Broadbeach, yes. I saw quite a bit of that at the Commonwealth Games. And of course they've upgraded, haven't they? The big upgrade, was that last year or early this year? And
yeah, earlier this year.
We had a look at the video that they showed of, this is the new Broadbeach, come and have a look. And all the bowling clubs in New Zealand were saying, oh, hell.
That was pretty good before.
Yeah, yeah.
Stalking after a bowl here, clear day.
She's she considered, as we saw, playing the other hand, and then at the last minute she just changed her line and said, oh no, I think I'll try this hand, and it's worked for her. So she's holding, this is the start of a new game. She's holding 3, you would say.
It's interesting that we see Sarah Kelly on that. I'm certainly not enjoying the forehand coming in this direction. There's been a couple of good bowls, but more often than not they've been on the loose side.
Yeah, I've got Sarah down for one effective bowl this end so far, and that's the bowl at the bottom of the screen. And it was played on the backhand, so she's going to need Jack here.
Needs a bit of good fortune.
She's done it.
Oh,
Well,
bowl.
Sarah Kelly.
Well,
That's
she's
huge.
Pulling them out when it matters.
Yeah, another pressure act. 2 down to 2 up, maybe 3 up.
Some applause from her opponent.
That's
He'll be kicking herself that she didn't have one over the jack anyway. She was holding 3, but they were quite vulnerable sitting in the position they are.
It's such a hard shot to play to get the jack as square as she got it there, Sarah Kelly, and trail it back. It would have been easy to slice it or just miss it by an inch.
Absolutely, and that's the 2 previous deliveries were very, very loose for her, and I think she said, well, I'm just going to go up there and try and move the jacks, hit the bowls, and got a great result. Trailed the jack back. 2 down to 2 up. Another pressure act. That's 3 for the match.
I've seen
Looking at
more.
there, Alex, can we see the shot?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, okay. So
Okay.
So Claire just pausing because of the conditions here. Just slightly gusting. And didn't want to fight the conditions in her mind. Took her time.
see it back.
Yeah, that wind just pushing that out.
She played a very attacking bowl there. That was just essentially a drive shot, looking for the bowl or the jack. What a bowl from Sarah Kelly to salvage this end, and it's going to be, well, we'll watch it here. She's looking pretty pleased. I was expecting more of a reaction. I'd be happier. Look at that. Guts it absolutely square and trailed it back around the corner. Beautiful bowl, and it's a 3 on this first end.
Gee, what a turnaround.
So her 4th multiple for the match.
Yeah.
And it was the 3 on the third end in the first set that got her out to a really good lead, 5-1, and that's a great start again. Those multiples, sometimes you can win more ends, but if you're dropping those multiples, they can hurt you.
Second end of this second set. Sarah Kelly of Ireland has won the first 9-2. Picked up a very impressive 3. Final to talk about first bowl efficiency. Well, final bowl efficiency has been what she's produced.
And I think Claire needs to be conscious of that, John, because we've seen Sarah not hold back from playing weight when needed. So if she can ideally get that one of her first 2 bowls past Jack.
Yeah, I think that went in the ditch.
Interesting. Now, I've seen Claire Day quite often hold her arm up in front of her. Do you think it's a way of maybe she's helping visualise a line perhaps? Before she plays the bowl, she approaches the mat and her hand goes up. I'm trying to figure out
I think that's what it is. She does it most of the time, doesn't she?
Well, it's worked on this occasion. Look at that. That's a beautiful bowl. Not quite a touch it.
So she's doing it. Seems that she's doing it down the centre of the green. So I think it's maybe a depth perception thing. I think it's maybe just trying to really acknowledge the distance. I'm actually keen to have a chat to her and see what that is about. Doesn't seem that she's pointing her arm out in line with anything. It was more to maybe
just looking down her hand, doesn't it?
Yeah, to say maybe she's putting the jack at the top of her hand, saying, "Wait a minute, this is a long end." So yeah, I'm keen to know. I'm always keen to speak to the players.
Pity she's got the sunglasses on, because we can see whether she's squinting at the same time.
Yeah.
Looking at it down as an aiming.
Well, it's not every time. It's just often enough that I've noticed it before she plays a bowl. Intriguing.
Well, the backhand, that's hopefully been buried now, because the effective rate straight away on this forehand that Sarah's had to herself all match is proving the winner for Claire. So could this be the shift in the match? Finally jumping onto that forehand. But look at that for a juicy head with the back bowls. Does she go now?
It'd be very tempting. I know it's a narrow head, but that from a player's point of view, you look at that and there's a temptation there, isn't there? You've got 2 bowls down the centre line. Just asking the marker the questions.
The only issue is that if you do miss, there's still a lot of room for Claire, but this is where you just pick your favourite hand, pick your favourite weight. Beautiful release.
Yeah.
Don't you stand in the way, Joseph. Oh, God.
Okay, so I was going to mention that, but I didn't actually see that it could happen. So the number 1 rule when playing weight is you play weight away from your own bowls. You never want the bias pointing towards your own bowls, and unfortunately there for Sarah, she's actually taken her 2 bowls out. But if we see that front-on vision again, if she actually plays backhand, she can't remove her own 2 back bowls. So very, very unfortunate there.
We'll get a replay at the conclusion of the scene just to watch it. I think the moment she let it go, she would have thought, "Oh dear."
Stay on, Claire. Have you stayed on?
So
yes, she has.
Well, she need to cover the back at the moment.
No.
So this is where you got to decide: are you committed, or do you think you can just play the nice little weighted shot to get out of trouble?
Now she goes from weight to draw.
Not a bad effort.
Yeah.
She turns hard. She could get it back to second.
Yeah. That's it. 4th bowl again from her. So certainly 1 and a measure, probably 2, as we view it there, to Claire, who'll be anxious not to upset this.
No, that's a very classy bowl from Sarah Kelly, who's just played a full-blooded run shot and had the worst possible result. Look at this.
So forehand, your bias is actually, so the bias is going towards your nearest bowls. And yes, definitely stiff to do it, but I remember my first coach always saying, the moment you want to play any weight, don't play weight towards your own bowls. So unfortunately, Sarah there, but the emotion that she would have went through then, just going, wow, I've just ripped my own 2 bowls out, and then to come back, like you said, John, and play that.
Park one up, yeah. Brilliant.
Great, a great reset from her.
It's her husband, Rob, in the background, who they met through bowls, the pair of them. They've got a couple of kids. Teddy's 5 and Ada is 2, so presumably they're being looked after at the Crumlin Bowling Club, watching mum in action.
I know where I'd be. I'd be down at...
Not bad here either. Is she just going to go around the outside, or is she going to sit this nicely? What a beaut bowl here from the Canadian champion from the Royal Bowling Club in Alberta, Claire Day, having been scorched in that first set by 9-2, seeing her good shots being taken out by some superb play by her opponent. She picks up a 3, and it's 3-all.
Yeah, well done, Claire. Switching to that forehand. Her first real effective end. 3 bowls out of the 4. And picks up her first multiple for the match.
Yeah, good stuff. 5 ends to go in this set, and then of course if Claire can win it, we'll have a 3-end tiebreak. Had a number of games on the broadcast go to the 3-end tiebreak.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just stepping in and out. This
Looks short to me.
But it's not up, is it? No.
No. It was an endeavour to throw a short end, though, wasn't it, there from Claire, thinking I'll change something.
Yeah, well, she actually did play a decent end on a much longer length. 2 ends before that, before Sarah did trail that jack. So, but once again, maybe just trying to break up Sarah, knowing that across the match she has been outplayed. But maybe it's just looking for that new length to strangle back the momentum.
If you're wondering, as viewers, what the 2 chalk marks are there that you can see to the left and the right, it's nothing to do with the bowls, it's for our cameras. We put them in line with the legs of the tripod, and it is so that players have a physical reminder on the green that if they stand in between the 2 lines, that's what's going to be broadcast on television as opposed to the head. Happens sometimes, doesn't it, John?
Like a little barrier.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have spider cam technology yet in bowls, but it's with live streaming and technology that there is, it's amazing that the job you guys are doing and the vision you're supplying the viewers from all around the world. So well done.
I've been advocating for a Bowls New Zealand cattle prod for about 4 years, but no one will let me get one.
I think you're doing all right.
Yes, an impressive production. Barry, a few years ago, not that long ago, they were Bowls New Zealand were at an event with 2 cell phones, one at each end, and trying to mix it, and unable to do that terribly well, but it was good enough, and people said, well, we like this, you're live streaming, and they've gone from that to this totally professional production, which our major broadcasters are happy to take. It's all done by a crew of about 4.
And the benefits just completely outweigh any negatives there if you're thinking about getting involved with your live streaming. As you can see, we've got the Call Flute banners, the Toblerones in the background. You can get those made quite cheaply. Approach a few sponsors to help support the production, and you're well on your way. So well done to everyone out there getting involved in streaming this great game.
It can only be positive for our sport, and one of those games that's infinitely watchable. If you see a good bowl, you can clip that off, and it's just very watchable, like your pool and snooker and darts. Long may it continue. Oh,
and Alex mentions pool and darts, Barry, because here at the club he spends any spare time. In fact, not just at the club. Here, he's everywhere. He spends all his spare time on pool.
Thanks,
and
John.
darts.
Yeah, the pool's not so good, but I can every now and then the dart goes where it's meant to be thrown.
He knows what a triple 20 looks like.
I'm all about value for money on a pool table, so we like to take our time in those games.
So here we see Claire putting on that extra 1.5 meters or so that she required, but just cutting the green. So there's only those 2 things to get right. Here comes Kelly again, finding that nice line.
That's great correction.
She'll pop the jack back. No, not quite, but a beaut bowl by her. Again, it's almost not pressure bowls, because there was a lot of area there in which she could draw, but she wasn't holding shot. She gets in
and on the forehand too, which she seems to be figuring it out more and more. We've seen an increasing amount of effective bowls on the forehand from Sarah coming in this direction when she's had to play them.
Yeah, well, the confidence you would have got out of her second bowl on the forehand, right down the middle of the rink there. Just take that 1 yard of weight off, and players at this level, they know where to take a yard off or add a weight. It might be through the tempo of their swing or maybe a bit more body weight. But these players can do that and do it well. That's why they're out there. But ideally, if you're knowing your line consistently, you will feel your weight much better, I believe.
What's happening here? Clear's just taking her time. Have a look at the head again.
I'm not quite sure.
What do we think?
Maybe it might be some aggression. Turn her own bowl up, trail the jack out of there.
Yeah, maybe haul it back. Or turn her own bowl up might be... She might be just a bit wide for that.
Will it get back? If she gets back to jack high, she might get second.
Yeah.
Well, it's coming back strong.
Gee.
That's a
really
bowl.
good shot. That's a good save. 'Cause, looking at that, she
sit.
was certainly 2 down.
It's going. I'm sure it's going to sit down. Just... No. Okay. How long can you wait? Is there a rule? I can't remember. We're at the conclusion of an
30
end of
seconds.
30 seconds if you think a bowl's going to sit.
Yeah, and it's one of those ones we don't see many players do it, but it is handy if you know you're leading in a pair, or playing 3 and a 4 and so on, to maybe carry a chock.
If I was by a train station or a heavy trucks, I'd go, we'll just wait.
I was
We'll just
playing
wait.
For measuring. Yeah.
I was playing in Hong Kong one year, and they were detonating the ground next door. They were putting in some high rises, and they were blowing a whistle and detonating the ground. The ground was shaking, so you definitely needed a chock on that occasion.
Well, unlucky there. Square on would have pushed her up for another shot. But that's a better end there from Kelly. Well, she's played some really outstanding bowls throughout this. She certainly did to get to that 9-2 first set advantage, where she saved the situation with her last bowl on 2 of the ends. And a single there to her takes her to 4-3. So just looking at that section that they are in, they're in section 1 with the player from Niue unbeaten going into today's games. Tonga was second, Ireland third, so Sarah had 3 wins and 2 losses, and Claire had 2 wins and 3 losses, so they're both hovering in that area where they could qualify in 3rd place in their section.
And 2 losses Sarah Kelly have both been on tiebreakers, so must have been playing some pretty good bowls. 81 shots for and 49 against, so her net total of shots actually would have her leading the section at plus 32. And if she can continue that form and win this game, she gives herself every opportunity of qualifying for post-section, which will be played tomorrow. And just a reminder, if you're wondering what we're broadcasting tomorrow, the answer is 2 quarterfinals and 2 finals, so 4 games live from the Browns Bay Bowling Club.
World Juniors starting next week over in Hong Kong.
Yes.
Should be good.
There's a heck of a field, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great field, and it's great to see the World Bowls calendar chock-a-block at the moment, especially with Com Games coming up in a couple of years at Glasgow, so plenty to look forward to on the international scene. Great bowl from Claire, so her effective rate now on that forehand in this direction, 4 of her last 5 bowls have been inside a dinner plate, so going well.
Sarah Kelly with just a little shake of the head.
Yes, well, if you recall this, the last end coming in this direction, she had 2 near the ditch. She drove them off, but with her last, she was able to draw a very good shot. Didn't get that shot, but she changed up really well.
Needs it just to hold a little and run a lot. I'll be disappointed with that as a follow-up bowl.
Yeah, you notice after she'd played her first, she just wandered over and started looking at the other games and probably absorbing nothing, looking as though she wasn't watching what was going on, but conscious of the fact that she needed to play that same weighted green again and failed. She'll be quite happy actually to see that one whistling by.
Oh, it just fell out of her hand there. That was a just fell out of her hand. I think probably just for half a second, maybe you go into autopilot, and if you've been playing on 10-second greens for most of your bowling career, autopilot means that the ball's flying into the ditch, and you watch her reaction. She knew at the moment it came out of her hand that was far too heavy.
Yeah, well said.
Yeah, Claire's back in the zone.
This is lovely. This is great stuff.
Oh,
Deja vu.
okay, there it is. So pretty similar to what we saw before. Okay, quick chat to the hubby, the coach. She played that forehand run before, so the confidence there has to be quite high.
Yeah, even though it worked against her.
Millimetres off what she was going for.
Yeah.
Also thinking, oh, it's not like I've got close to my draw so far on this end. Sometimes you think maybe I'll be more effective on the drive.
She's definitely proved she has this shot in her armour, so I think we're seeing forehand here. Okay, definitely watch the body weight. Much more dynamic moving forward. Needs both bowls or jack. Missing under.
Oh, underneath the line, because the last time she was a bowl wide, and a golden opportunity for Clear Day here to draw a bonus. No reason why she wouldn't.
We've got some bowlers who we know are slow walkers here. We were almost announcing our slow walking team for the tournament. But Claire would not be in that.
I wouldn't class Claire as a slow walker.
No.
That is correct,
She's
John.
all business. As I said, she's got her best friend here and also her sister watching. There goes the hand again.
I think it is weight. I reckon that the jack goes onto the top of her hand. If it's green, should be narrow.
Looking to make it 3. Sarah Kelly.
Ooh.
Oh, racing.
Yeah, it's one that
She
got away.
wasted opportunity there. Easier said than done, of course, but it is the lead now for Claire Day, and that will be the first time she's been in front in this entire match. There we go. There's her good friend Donna. Travelled over with her from Alberta in Canada. Her sister's sitting there with a white sun hat on, similar to the one actually that her sister's wearing, but without the decoration. So a couple.
2 there. 5-4.
There
The
she
lead
goes.
now.
Yeah. So that's Val.
Canadian flag. Interesting. The set certainly a lot more evenly contested than set 1, as we discussed could happen. And Clear Day will be interesting to see. Oh, so we've seen this again, a shorter-ish jack. She underthrew it remarkably last time coming in this direction. I wonder what hand she'll lead off on. It's played really well on the forehand, going from here to the player as we see it.
So her best bowl for the end, 2 ends ago in this direction, was on her backhand.
Yeah.
Just sort of 2 feet behind the jack. Just taking her time. Gets into a really nice relaxed position there, especially with
Doesn't
the bend
she?
of the knees. And
Yeah.
really sets herself up for a nice delivery. Clear Day.
She runs that out. She'll be happy. That's pretty good. Good opener for her. Opener. She's put one right in the spot. Sarah Kelly just going through that mental process of getting rid of the last end out of her mind, going back to what she knows best, and that is drawing the jack. Oh, not quite.
Those are the bowls where you're just hoping and praying that it holds long enough to guts the jack square.
Now, what did Claire learn going this way last time, Barry, when she had 2 or 3 shots and they were all short, weren't they?
Yeah, and as I said, her best bowl was that clutch bowl with her 4th delivery to put one in behind the jack, but it's just familiarisation now with Claire.
Yeah.
Early on, it was swapping and
better.
changing and refreshing her concentration to adapt to new hands. And now it's just rhythm, one side of the rink, getting a feel for things. And definitely things are on her terms now, from rolling the jack to forcing a bit of pressure onto Sarah Kelly. And Sarah now has to just
dive.
Oh yeah, well might be second. That helps, but as we see there, Sarah's 2 bowls just a little heavy. There can be a little bit of a sense, and John, you asked the question before about the position of the game. There could be a bit of a sense that a lot of players will experience trying to get the game over and done with. You've won the first set, you're trying to get the second set over and done with because you've won the first set, but taking your time and really regulating that emotion is so important.
Now, she's played this really well. She's got the shot. She's got one just past the jack. Sarah's bowl is usable, and she might just use it here. She comes inside it, gets a flick off it. Doesn't need to get a flick off it. Sits nicely. Well, that's really very impressive here from Claire Day.
It's effective. Great bowling.
But there's a nice track there for Sarah. She almost found it with her second bowl.
Yeah, a few deep breaths. Really concentrate on your technique and your routine here. Stay composed.
Yeah, there's the track. Has she got not quite well?
Oh dear.
Well, it hasn't made it worse from a visual point of view. The head, that head's more a little bit more vulnerable now, especially the jack. So
would you think Claire might say, I might just go for the 2 metre?
I'm with you, John. Yeah, definitely. That jack's really exposed, and so are the bowls. And we've seen her already. Sarah won't hesitate to play weight if need be here.
I suppose when you look at it, Claire might still have the bowl that's closest to the 2 metre.
So what's the solution here for Claire then? If we look at the head from this point of view, Claire's holding 2.5. What does she do, Barry?
Yeah, well, the first thing you do is you break it down into an offensive or defensive play. So that's every bowl you'll ever play, and so you can play quite offensively here and trying to trail the jack out of that sort of target area, or you literally do what John says and play a defensive shot and go to the back and go, all right, Sarah, now it's up to you to hit it. But yeah, because Sarah could actually get the jack, run through and make a multiple, and Claire's done all the hard work with her first 3 bowls. I think she covers the back now.
Well, the three commentators are in agreement. We'll see if.
You've said it now.
Yeah, that's right.
Guarantee you, she's on the back end drawing a 4th.
Putting a blocker in. Nowhere near what we were thinking.
Yeah, that's true. You don't see that much these days. Some big games, do you? But right, here we go. In a great position here. Claire Day of Canada.
Like we said.
Yeah. She's just going to say, righto, if you want to win this, you're going to have to outdraw me. She's now got the backest bowl.
So I believe it's 2 down. I can't see both bowls being removed with that jack movement. And I think what this comes down to now for Sarah is the most weight she's comfortable with, because you could play 10 or 20 feet or you could play straight at it. So.
And what's in her mind too, of course, is that last run shot she had down the other end, well missed, when it was well narrow.
Interesting.
She played that forehand, I think, didn't she, going the other way? This time she might be looking more at backhand into those.
And you've got to look at it also from what your main priority is. What are you actually looking to achieve here? So are you actually trying to get shot or reduce? I think the reduced shot is very important here. I think quicker the better. There's going to be some form of arriving weight.
Stressy when you're waiting for this bowl to break.
That's very hard weight to play.
Yeah.
Particularly on the Kiwi greens. Oh, just around, and Claire Day taking the advantage here. She's going to pick up, well, we'll wait and see how many shots she's going to pick up, but it's at least 1. That bowl next to the jack.
2, she says. Claire Day was almost down to the end before the bowl had stopped, and she hadn't bowled it. She had the mat in her hand. She knew she had that. She saw and sensed where that last bowl of Sarah Kelly's was going to end up. She grabs the mat again. She's enjoyed bowling in both directions for the moment, so the big swing in this match. Claire Day looks less comfortable here than her opponent in the first set, and now she has a 7-4 lead in the second, but there's 2 ends to go.
It's really, if you're in Claire's shoes, I suppose, if you can score even a 1 on this end, that's a very strong position to go into the final end of the set.
And it's been from effective bowls, so I've got her down first end 75%, 50%, and then 75% that last end, having 3 out of her 4 bowls right near it. So the effective rate's gone up, and she's been rewarded by scoring multiples. 3 on the second end, a 2 on the fourth, and a 2 on the fifth. So when you've got really good effective rate, unless the opposition, like a Ryan Bester or such, is driving you off the green, you should be getting rewarded, and she is at this stage of the game. But it's I think it's all about emotion now for Sarah, reflecting on her first set, grabbing all the positives out of that, and really dragging that into the forefront of her mind at the moment.
Ooh, it's not a happy look, is it?
Can see it just go drifting.
See, I go back to the previous end coming this way. She drew on the other hand, didn't she? Drew almost a perfect shot on the other hand.
Yeah.
Although she dropped a couple, I was surprised to see her play this hand.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see Claire's just stuck in her way, just getting a bit of rhythm up. She's just doing what she's doing to get the best out of herself, and hasn't really shown much emotion. I think some deep breaths for Sarah here. Just get back to that forehand where she played so well in the first set.
Yeah, well, the player dominating the forehand seems to have been winning the games. That's interesting that we've seen it sort of flick around.
Especially 2 ends back in this direction. Claire had 3 bowls inside a dinner plate, so on the forehand. It's interesting. Maybe Sarah's just trying to refresh, try something new here.
This looks all right.
Yeah, it's a nice correction.
Yeah, beautiful bowl.
Very good shot there.
Yeah.
Well, that's why she was on the backhand.
Yeah.
Well played.
Well, it just seemed an interesting decision, but it's worked for her. And I think her facial expression will be a bit different now when we see her on the mat.
Yeah, I think you give yourself a little pat on the back there. Have a little smile to yourself.
Yes.
Still just trying to enjoy the environment you're in. Enjoy the experience. Enjoy the moment.
It's a tactic some players use, isn't it? Just a smile, whether things are going well or not. Just smiling.
That's it.
Changes your attitude.
Oh, Claire.
How good's this?
Day.
Oh, it's set down. May still be holding on for the shot.
Okay, change of hands.
Pretty good body language. Is it there?
Yeah, it looked a gentle push, didn't it, from the hand, I thought, but it's...
Just that smidge on the green, right down the centre. See if we can get an angle with a bit of depth on whether Claire or Sarah are the ones holding the shot. So, well, I'm still not sure.
So this is where, from an emotional sense, just the mind games, this is where potentially the position Sarah sits in on the ladder can come into play. Letting the externals win the battle, starting to think about your ladder position, what this game means, and what the results are, versus just bowl for bowl, sticking to your routine, knowing what works and what doesn't. Sometimes our mind can just walk on us a little bit. And you can see, I think Sarah's just sort of maybe having a little bit of a battle with that at the moment. I think just stay grounded, stay where you are, and as we said, John, have a bit of a smile.
Yeah.
And still try and enjoy the environment you're in.
Well, that could have been a dangerous bowl there for Claire, but she threw that bowl out. She picked a nice green.
Brave to play it on the forehand.
Yeah.
If I had to bet, I would say that the bowl of Claire's that sits at 1 o'clock to the jack is the shot. Sitting flat. but it's not often I'm right, so maybe.
I
maybe
think
she's
so.
not
Well,
bad.
otherwise, I thought Claire might have played the other hand. But she's playing so well on the forehand, why would she change either? So let's presume, but it's dangerous.
Needs to get back for the
Now,
jack
mo-
here, or
we've-
dead weight.
Yeah, jack movement will be great. Jack movement will be great. Jack movement,
Oh, what a shot.
perfect. And gets a toucher, almost toucher, and that might be enough. I don't think the jack moved at all, did it? So if it's only one, we'll know that she played that shot and being one down on the head.
Absolutely perfect, and as Barry said, with so many things swirling around in your mind.
She was down.
Oh,
Yep.
what a beautiful
Yep.
bowl. To the difference now, 5-7, and it's the last end of the second set here. If Sarah Kelly can score a 2 or more, she wins, and that'll be the end of the game. If not, we're going to a 3-end tiebreak here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club.
Did you like that in Crumlin? I bet you did.
Yeah, down pretty much nearly set there. Would have been chasing a 4 on the last end, Sarah, to keep it out of a tiebreak situation. But
Oh, jack's not up.
Oh, is that a sign of a little bit of pressure there, perhaps? It's not even going to make it past the tee. Oh,
Oh, hang on. Yeah. So that was certainly...
nearly. The mat was just at the wrong end. If it had been,
yeah.
a bit
Back
further
end
back.
of the mat on the line, maybe.
just looking at that replay, I really loved Sarah's composure there. The way she just walked down the head. She looked really emotionally in control of that and played a big clutch shot.
Well, there's a bit of a smile there too. I, go back to that match I was telling you about when she played in that British Isles singles, and when she was up 20-4 and then 20-17, and the match was against her. Her opponent had a 4, and she played a magic shot to win it. So she has proved that she can work well under pressure. I don't think that's up either,
this
is it?
is bizarre. So we've
No.
seen the mat.
Yeah,
No, it's
that's certainly not up.
the jack's going to go on the 2, and then
Yeah.
that means Sarah can now place the mat wherever she'd like. We've seen very little, and I'm glad that Sarah's doing it, we've seen very little mat movement in any of the broadcasts, Barry. It seems to be that the players have been preferring to place the mat near the 2 metre and deliver the jack to the length. So I'm quite pleased here to see that Sarah's gone, well, I know the jack's been placed on the 2 metre mark, I'll move the mat right up and we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, and there's definitely on grass greens, it's hard to get a full green, a full patch of grass completely the same, and you've got to try and read the greens as much as you can and find your sweet spot, where you prefer to have the jack. And for me, I generally do like the jack on the tee. It just reminds me that I can't play too heavy, wasting any balls in the ditch. But some players like to force their opposition under the pump, like an Aaron Sheriff might. Sometimes if ditch isn't working, he'll bring the mat right up, put the jack on the tee and force the opposition to play that real touch style of bowls, knowing that any wasted bowls can go in the ditch. So it's a very tactical sport, as we know, and Sarah only a yard short, but Claire, her second half to this match has been very,
Exceptional,
very
isn't
good.
it? See there in the background the Harcourt's Cooper & Co. ice cream van. It's very exciting.
You mentioned one of the great names in world bowls there, Aaron Sheriff, very popular here and outstanding. Just a great. We watch a lot of Australian bowls here, the BPL, and see how quickly players play. I mean, I remembered a couple of events I was at where the director didn't have enough time to switch the cameras before players were on the mat, and the Aussies were on there playing their bowls already before we'd had time to see the last one finish, cut to the mat, and the second bowl's on its way. Some of them are very quick players.
Yeah, Ryan Bester, Aaron Wilson.
Oh, Aaron. Well, Aaron's the one I was thinking of too when I thought about that. Hadn't seen anyone play as quickly as him.
Yeah, very instinctive players, but they all take their time when they need to.
Yeah.
Various moments. As we saw, Aaron this year in the Australian Open singles took a fair bit of time playing that match winner with his last.
Oh, lovely effort.
And they're all pretty, at that level and that experience, they're all pretty well on top of their game, both mentally and physically. And Claire, interesting little tactic here. You see Alex Marshall do this a lot. Put a bowl down, switch bowls, just a little reset. If you're looking to start again. A lot of people will get off the mat. Alex Marshall likes to switch bowls, choose that as an option to reset.
Oh, he goes okay, so it's not a bad idea.
Yeah, it's just a form of saying touch on, touch off. So that might be a negative bowl. Put that down, pick up a positive bowl. So Claire Day here on a great track.
Gee, and Sarah's only just missed. Oh, that
Well,
it's not on a line, or is it? Yeah, so that might just make it a bit awkward when she gets down the mat and looks.
I suppose you couldn't chip the bowl off, right?
I think worst case scenario, maybe Jack in the ditch where the marker standing still makes 2. So
Feels like
it's 2 for the win. Bowl out clean for 3.
she's got the second, third, and fourth as well. Not that I can't really see how you'd accidentally remove any of those if you just chip the bowl off or go back. I think we'll see just the aggression on that backhand underneath the yellow bowl at 1 o'clock on your screen.
And once again, I like this front-on view. So you see here Sarah, she's seeing the shot now. So just having a chat to her coach, standing front-on, getting a closer view, and just really signing off on it now. Just really signing off on the weight that's required, the hand that's required. And from now on, there can't be any doubt or fear. It's full of confidence, confident walk.
Yep, there she goes. She stood there a long time. And that does look like a chip the shot off, doesn't it, eh?
It'd be nice to watch.
Yeah.
You know, and they're satisfying
Yeah.
bowls to play as a player because you don't really have to worry about the weight, eh? You just go, well, just hoof it at the hoof it at the weight that I'm comfortable hoofing it at, and try and chip the bowl out or put the jack in the ditch.
Here we go. She is down that line. Does she like it or not? Does she like it? She doesn't. Or flick. Yes, she gets it. Oh, well, she'll take that. And she will not applaud or smile or anything. She knows she was lucky. I'm sorry.
Oh,
That's part of bowls, and Claire Day can be really disappointed with that. However, she now has an opportunity.
wow.
I've got nothing. Look at the head now, holding 2 on the 2 metre.
From 1 down to 2 up. Came down, worked off the front, little straightener. Kicked the jack out of bounds and the shot bowl, if you don't mind. Wow.
So what? She moves the jack back to her left. Does she get a? She just needs to get the shot, doesn't she? Of
Oh,
course. Yeah.
Oh, no. I'm feeling a bit stressed out on behalf of Claire
Yeah,
Kelly
yeah.
here. She's had a very dramatic minute. Just resetting herself.
Good
Doesn't
on
have
her.
another bowl to pick up.
That shows experience too,
So
Barry, doesn't it? She,
It
you know,
does.
it's a pressure shot. I'll go back down. Just reset.
it does, yes, yeah. And she's played a
I
decent
can
end
only
so
do
far.
my best.
So draw to save the match, or you
Is she up?
needs to get down.
She's not there, and
It's over.
it's over indeed. And it will be a very relieved Sarah Kelly, who shakes hands with her opponent, Claire Day. It's been a very exciting match, to and fro all over the place. And that fortuitous last bowl by Sarah Kelly will have all her friends in Crumlin Bowling Club in Dublin cheering, but also sharing a little bit of grief for her opponent, Claire Day. An outstanding match to watch. It's over now. Our first match of the day. 2 more to come. We'll have some highlights, and plenty of them, from this game between Ireland and Canada, and then back for our second match a little later.
Ka tuku mihi mātou, Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa kia koutou katoa kua tae, mai ki tēnei kaupapa hui huinga. Welcome to the Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa broadcast of the 2024 World Champion of Champions Singles, hosted this year in Tamaki Makaurau, Auckland, and broadcasting live from the Browns Bay Bowling Club. My name is Alex Reid, and I'm joined in commentary today by John Macbeth and Barry Lester. John, can you talk us through what game we're going to watch?
Well, this is an 8th round match, so we're getting very near the pointy end of this competition. Tomorrow is the final day, of course. We're seeing these two men's players, one representing Norfolk Island and the other representing Macau, China. And the man on the left with the familiar uniform of Norfolk Island is Ian Lane. And on the right is Chi Hong Wong, but preferably known as and likes to be called Ronald. So that's comfortable for us, Barry, isn't it?
I can work with that. Yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah, you're right about the uniform. I haven't never been to Norfolk Island, played against them many times, but yeah, it's on the bucket list. But it's great to see players from both sort of ends of the world, and yeah, let's see if they can put on a show for us.
Absolutely, I think they will. And he's Ian Lane is an Australian, and has spent a lot of time, his whole career I think was in the Defence Force and or military. And he said, I'm just after that, he said, I'm just looking for somewhere quiet to retire to, and that's why he's ended up in Norfolk Island. And he said, it's paradise. I'm absolutely chuffed with it. So they've got about 50 serious bowlers on Norfolk Island. Facilities, they're probably looking here and saying, oh, our facilities are average, you know. So
is it the one bowling club?
Yes, yeah, but dependent on the weather, obviously. But if you're a serious bowler anywhere in the world, you take whatever opportunities you can. And Ian Lane is doing that. He said, oh, by the way, he said most people call me Lois. I thought, Lois Lane. Yeah, Superman's.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for a good nickname in bowls. I've tried to come up with a few over the years with different players I've played with and against. We've got a young kid, Kane Nelson, coming through the ranks, doing really well, and good young kid, and just made the Australian Jackaroo squad. And we were at the state trials a couple of years ago. You got a nickname, Kane? No. I worked on it, and come up with Sugar Cane. So, so
very good.
So we all know him as Sugar now.
Oh.
And I wanted to give him a bit of a shout out. He was kind to me on the BPL commentary the other week where he helped out. He was really good at it and gave me a couple of nice compliments. So hello to Kane Nelson, loves his bowls, and hello to everyone around the world. And
yes,
it's a pleasure to be part of the team today. Thanks for having me, and looking forward to hanging out with you guys for the next sort of 3 or 4 hours.
Well, when you say around the world, the number of in between this game and the previous one, which was Ireland and Canada, the number of comments that were passed through to us as a broadcasting team from both those countries, people from watching it from all over the world, you know, Canadian fans watching it in, as I mentioned, I think Honolulu, but one of the Irish members was overseas in the States somewhere. They were watching it over there, and it's so easy now, isn't it? And it's such a good spread and such good publicity for the game.
Yeah, so true. And yeah, I've been to establishments around Australia that, you know, are so far sort of retracted from bowls, and they've got the bowls on the big screen in there, you know. Yeah. So it's great to see, and we're getting more and more bowls on TV. We had a little lull there for a while when some sort of people decide to go different directions, but to see what we're doing now with live streaming and what especially what Bowls Australia and Bowls New Zealand and that are doing, and yeah, you can put it on your big smart TV at home now, and off you go. Put on the surround sound, get the popcorn out.
Well, they usually put us on mute.
So Ronald there, you see, interesting setup, starting the bowl in a real vertical position, touching it on the grass, and then just giving it a little drop, but first bowl straight down the middle of the rink, working so far.
I had a chat to him beforehand, and I said, what do you like to be known as? And he said, why do you ask? And I said, well, you're on the TV rink. No, I'm on rink A1, he said. I said, that's rink A1 over there. Yes. I said, see the TV cameras? Oh, oh, okay. I'm not good enough for the TV set, but a charming man. He's just in his early 60s. He's been retired for a couple of years, and he said, "It's great that I'm retired. I can now play bowls a lot." The speed of the green he left in Macau, he said 8 seconds.
8.
Yes.
7 or 8 seconds, he said.
Pretty familiar with the greens over there, and yeah, that's pretty good going.
Is it? Yeah.
Very, very different in terms of the surface as well, but just the friction and the feel of delivering a bowl on that versus these firmer surfaces here. But yeah, it's great to see how the players have to combat to the conditions, and we see Lois there. Ian touched the jack for 2. I'm going to go with Penny Lane as well.
Oh yeah, good one.
Oh, I like that one.
See what the rest of the team can come up with.
Yeah.
It's one of my favourite
songs
songs.
in my head now.
Yeah, well, that's right. It is one of those songs, but
yeah. Now, mind you, the group that sang it, they'll never be any good.
So can he repeat the dose here, Ian? Try and draw another one for 3.
Started off with a lot of confidence here. A man from Norfolk Island. Oh, very straight on. He's on his back. It must be on his backhand there. There we go.
I think so. Yeah, coming in.
We've got about 3 bowlers in New Zealand, Barry, who are a nightmare to commentate because they line up exactly the same on their forehand and their backhand, and you don't know until they let it go which way is what. Kelvin Scott is one of them. Absolute pain. Great bowler, but very frustrating. And sitting with a good 3.
Yeah, and you love to see it. Everyone go about it their own way and still try to be as effective as they can, but ideally all the constants that are there, the timing, the tempo, the rhythm and all that. As we see a bit of weight from Ronald here, looking for jack movement. He's got all the back stuff. Any jack movement? Wow, he's gapped it.
Well, that's an indication of what he's capable of, and I think...
How can you look at that front on view? How do you gap that? Wow.
So his opponent will now know that covering the back might be an idea.
It's frightening. It's frightening when you're playing someone, I suppose, at this World Champion of Champions singles we'll see a lot, because when we play domestically, we often get to know the bowlers and how they play, so you understand sort of what you're going to come up against straight away. A lot of these players wouldn't have played each other before, and when you see your opponent go for a very challenging drive shot on the first end, that'll be in the back of his mind for the rest of the game.
And all the percentages were there. The head presented itself to be attacking.
Yep.
You had the back bowls, but for somehow I'm really struggling to believe he found that gap. And I guess with the older drawing bowls back in the day, he probably wouldn't have found it. But the more we go down the narrower path with your equipment, these holes do open up. So. Yeah, very stiff there, Ronald. Any touch of the jack I felt was going to burn the end and score on the respot, but not to be.
I think they're both using XGs. So first play coming in this direction. Looks to be not a bad line here from Lane, Norfolk Island. Well,
started off with a hiss and a roar, hasn't he?
And these two players are towards the bottom of their section, men's section 3. Lee Schreiner, the Australian, is unbeaten. Aidan Takarua, the New Zealander, has dropped 1. That was a feature game against the Australian. The Canadian has dropped 1. And then we've got Spain, Malta, Switzerland, Hungary. And then we've got Norfolk Island and Macau, China, and Japan. So these two are down towards the bottom of their list, and already we've seen that if you're at the bottom of the list and you're playing this sort of quality consistently, the others are playing really well. So here we go with Lane again, deciding on this hand here. Doesn't need to make much of a correction at all, and he hasn't. That's good.
Yeah, it's good shooting early days.
Yeah,
found his rhythm. There's five bowls out of his 7 so far. Very effective. And we see nice and low there from Ronald. Nice balance. Stays down through his follow through. You can see there, watching the bowl finish.
Yeah, he's still down in that delivery position, isn't he? Now just starting to bounce up a wee bit. possibly because he knows that's not far away. Good bowl.
Lovely effort.
Yeah, it's pretty. You see that quite often through the Asian countries. A lot of the players do choose to stay down and watch their bowl down low. And it's funny how a lot of players through different environments do choose to sort of watch other players and sort of do what they do. It's you watch players on TV, especially players that you maybe look up to. You sort of can't help but sort of copy what they do. I'm getting into my golf at the moment. I'm a pretty big Scotty Scheffler fan, but I can't do what he does with his feet. So I'm just choosing to stay away from that. But he's got his own, his own huge variable to what he does, but does it well.
Yes, it's the story of what happens at this end that really matters, doesn't it?
Can he get the jack?
Yes.
Oh, that's outstanding. What a bowl that is from the man from Macau. Beautiful shot. Couldn't have played it any better.
So these, looking at the points table now from all the players, all the men have played, everyone's played at least 6 games. So some have played 8. The only unbeaten players are Lewis King and Lee Schreiner in the men and Anne Nunes in the women. So only 3 are unbeaten. So these games are all crunch games for those up higher than the middle of their points table.
See if the forehand holds a little bit like it did in the first match when you go out wide.
Yeah, that's a pretty good lane. It's just going to get back, is it?
Trying.
What an attempt here.
Oh,
great shot, Ian Lane.
That's very good.
God, how good's the standard in this match? I think it just demonstrates, they're all national champions for a reason, and Ian and the Macau representative may be well down on the ladder, but by day 4, which it is, well and truly are getting used to these greens, and we're seeing some fantastic bowls.
This will be a touch shot if he can sit that last bowl of Lane's. I don't know if he's played this hand, but he's judged the line pretty well, hasn't he?
Yeah, it looks pretty good. Just needs a bit of finish in this bowl now.
Yeah. Not bad at all. Not too ambitious. Didn't want to give it away, but just showing that he's got a good touch with his draw. He has one shot there. The umpire or marker today is Wendy Sutty. Sutty? Yeah. One it is.
Yeah, good.
So when you said earlier that you're quite familiar with the conditions of in Hong Kong, and mainly Hong Kong, or have you been to Macau?
No, not Macau. No? And we were just looking at the conditions of Macau online there, just seeing the greens. You can see that they're made and produced by the same sort of seed or the same style of grass, and it's a real thick leaf, and the bowls, they really sit down in it, and the sort of bottom quarter of a bowl disappears, but that causes the bowls to rock around a little bit, so we see them turtle, so they'll come down and flop against the bias, and having played over there a few times, they don't have pegs. They've got fishing wire down the green as their boundary markers, and not much chalk like you see on our greens here, because of the reason when they mow them, the chalk comes off pretty easily. Just like we witnessed in Birmingham actually at the Commonwealth Games.
Yes.
No chalk on the greens because of the thick leaf, and that's the environments you're in, and it's great to see the variables, but much slower greens, but great culture over there when it comes to the bowls. They're really fanatical about it and love the game, and we saw the Hong Kong Classic recently where you had your New Zealand team over there.
Yes, we did.
Did well.
It's one of those tournaments, isn't it, the Hong Kong Classic, that's been going for decades and has such a good reputation all around the world.
So Ronald did say they've got a couple of live greens over there and one artificial, but he said the condition is probably what you were describing there, Barry.
Yeah,
so it takes them a long time to get to grips with this sort of quality of green.
I don't think Joe Blogg's bowler in New Zealand or Australia, with your slightly slow greens, very challenging to explain what it means when we talk about an 8-second green. It's just a totally foreign situation. If you think you've played on a slow green domestically here, like quadruple it, and then add bumps, and you're somewhere close to the conditions.
Yeah, most definitely. A complete different technique, delivery, and approach. But yeah, you can see Ronald, he gets nice and low here. Great balance at setup. And because he stays quite vertical at release, he doesn't get the bowl away as smooth as some. But you can see he still gets away with it quite well. Nice line both times here.
Yeah, that's what I'm liking about him. He's really picking that line quite well. I don't think the greenkeeper will be too concerned about that slight delivery, the little dump.
Yeah.
It's not a dump at all, really. It's just some players can get down nice and low. He just, from his, here's a prime example there, in lane. Nice smooth out of the hand.
In theory, you'd get punished less on a compacted green like this for a slight dump, wouldn't you, than you would on the slower ones?
And John said it isn't quite a dump because it's being released past vertical. So a dump is when you literally dump it vertical into the ground directly down. So as you see, as he releases the bowl, he's actually dropping it probably somewhere around about 60 degrees out the front. So we watch the release here. So he gets it released out the front, and his arm's probably at 60 degrees at release, which is recommended. So he's actually releasing the bowl from behind versus over the top. And if you do see a bowler, or you are a bowler maybe that are dumping the bowl vertically, just try to release it out the front. That will definitely help. And he gets like you say, he gets rewarded for it.
Yeah.
And he can still get his good touch for it. It's, like you say, John, pretty good standard, really.
I think so, yeah. There'll be people seeing the program come up and say, oh, yeah, Macau against Norfolk. Oh, I'm not sure whether I want to watch that, but it's... this would be the loosest end we've had, but what we've got is players making good corrections, reading the conditions well.
Needs it to hold just a smidgen.
Oh, a little touch would have been handy. Spectacular day, 20 degrees, hardly any wind. Little switch to the backhand here.
That's a fascinating foot placement.
Yeah, just having his bowl on or over the mat. The conditions of play there, saying that you can use... That's a question I get asked a lot, actually. Do you use the mat?
Oh, hard luck.
Wow.
That was the perfect weight. And he almost...
Hands on hips.
The double teapot.
Yeah.
Yes,
Lots of teapots in Macau, and there's one of them here.
Standing there.
That's a great one. I have a photo of that, please, and send it off. Very unlucky. And Ian Lane was down there and watched that, and he would have known that he was staring down the barrel of not one up, but one down.
Oh, lovely weight it was.
He was all over it.
How's the weight here?
Free kick here. Make the most of it.
Looks pretty good.
Gently.
Oh no, it'll sail past, so just a single.
Let's wait for our marker, Wendy, to confirm that. And it is there. 1 to Ian Lane. 4-1 the score after 3 ends.
Well, for those of you who watched our previous match between Ireland and Canada in the women's, afterwards there were 2 different reactions. The Canadians were really so sympathetic to their player, who had the second set in her grasp and was then undone by really a very lucky bowl from the Irish, who were not really grinning. They just said, that was so unlucky, but it happens, and we've been undone by bowls. Everyone has been, but it was just one of those shots that you think, oh, and what I did was say, well done on not cheering or anything.
That's
You
the
know,
key
they just-
part.
Yeah,
You accept the result, but you don't have to celebrate it, do you?
Yeah, the let
See
Gordon
this
in
bowl.
tennis is the best example, isn't it? You know, you hit the net. You're not obviously aiming for the net, and it flips it over the other side, and you score. It's little gesture, just put your hand up, and Sarah was fantastic the way she reacted.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so that's very professional for her. Very mature approach, and we don't wish bad luck upon anyone, but sometimes that's what the game presents itself, and there would have been many of this happen to all these players on their journey to get here, and sometimes it's your day, and sometimes it isn't.
Yep.
That bowl just overplayed a little bit.
He gets down nice and low, beautiful delivery, follow through, Ian Lane.
Yeah, he doesn't play all that much outside of Norfolk Island. I don't know whether you've come across him playing in Australia at all, Barry, or you know him from there.
Just a little bit, yep. Pretty familiar with the Norfolk Island players.
Yep.
And we always have, over the years, some really good events against them with multi-nations, etc., and Commonwealth Games. Yeah. I haven't been, but I'll definitely make an effort to get there at some stage.
I think so. He said, it's paradise to him. It's quiet. He's got a couple of acres there, and so he enjoys it. He enjoys the quiet life after his time in the military, and it's exactly what he wanted. Well, top shot there, using a bowl that was slightly wide.
Lord Howe Island's another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've got a bowling club there, and not much internet and so on, so it's good to just get over there. But a lot of people do rave about Norfolk and Lord Howe as great places to go and do some fishing and some golf, etc.
Sounds horrible.
It's quite often the case where you're close to a place like that, and you never get to visit it.
That's right.
And yet everyone you talk to says, oh, we went there and it was fantastic. There's so many wonderful islands in the Pacific region to take advantage of.
Oh, Niue's one for me. I've played against Niue a few times, and I've always loved to get there. They sell it really well, the Niue players, when you play them over the years. You've got to come over and check it out. So great shooting from Ronald. Big correction since his first delivery.
After the first bowl went flying into the ditch. That's two lovely bowls.
And that's the beauty of the game of bowls. If there's a club in some of these places, you get to see some beautiful sights. Yeah. I'm a bit of a sucker for Tasmania. Love it down there, even if it's hot or cold. Beautiful part of the world. Yeah, it's really being a country boy, I love getting back to where it's nice and quiet.
I was saying the other day that my wife and I went on the Garn train from Adelaide north to Darwin.
Wow.
And a couple that we bumped into right from the start, and then found that they were in the next cabin, and then we met them afterwards in Darwin. We're a couple from Tasmania, and they talked us into visiting. We're going to go back and see them next year. But we've got lots of friends who've been to Tasmania. They just rave about it.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit, Kiwis feel at home over there. So, drivable, great accommodation, and they just talked about the friendliness of people.
Oh, the people make it. There's no doubt about it. Yeah, I'm obviously a former Victorian, now live on the Gold Coast, but lucky to spend a lot of time in Tassie over the years competing, and I do love the vibe down there. Yep. Great people, but it's the people that definitely make it, and the culture of Hong Kong China Bowls and playing over there too, and where this gentleman comes from, that area of the world, very hospitable people as well, and competitive. So
just the weight.
Again. Yeah, just the weight.
Beautiful track.
Big chance for 3 there. He'll be annoyed that he didn't capitalise, but he does get 2. And this match is really turning into a beauty.
So his first multiple.
Did you work out what the burning smell was?
Well, I don't think it's the building. So
No.
I only wanted medium well. Alex wanted well done, so I'm a bit confused too.
Yeah.
I just want my peppercorn sauce and.
Okay, mushrooms.
But there's a bit of smoke coming out of the kitchen there.
Yeah, well,
Hopefully they got it all under control.
It's not coming from the clubhouse, and it's not coming from the broadcast computer.
There's a bit of smoke coming out of that jack too. It's scorched into the ditch, did it? Oh no, not quite.
Yeah, no, Wendy.
Oh yes, it did.
Oh, beautiful delivery there from the marker, Wendy Sutty.
Yeah.
Straight down the line.
Yeah, but will it get back to the bowlers?
Well, that's the question. Yes.
Oh, it did. Okay.
No, it hasn't moved the mat. Sometimes just for the, it's rare to see a misdelivered jack delivered without the mat being moved. But Ian obviously happy with where it's placed, and it's just delivered the jack up there. You can see just up from the 2 metre mark.
And Alex, we see quite often too players when they lose the jack, if they have maybe just got a little bit of adrenaline up after their experience of winning the end. So it's very important, just like when you're approaching your bowl, to try and approach the jack the same way. And yeah, if you lose the jack and lose the end, you probably think, well, maybe it was because I lost the jack. So sometimes it's good just to, if you win the end, go back into that reset mode, get your routine for your jack roll as well as your bowl.
That's a good point, because the jack is just as important as the bowl, isn't it? If you get the jack, that's a big advantage to you. If you've settled onto a certain length, or your opponent has, then it's an opportunity to upset. So you want to make sure that it's down that centre line into the length that you want.
Yeah, the other factor is too, you might be playing someone that's quite quick, like an Aaron Wilson, or someone that's quite fast, and you start playing at their speed. So you're rolling the jack quicker, you're rolling your bowl quicker, and you're breaking up your own routine. And I played a game a few years back against Ryan Bester and Steve Glasson, my coach at the time. We had a quick debrief after the game. He said, Barry, as much as you won the game, he said at the various stages there, you could see you were just playing to Ryan's speed, and that's not your game. And so I introduced just throwing the jack up 3 times and catching it before I rolled it, just to reset myself, just to create a little mechanism for that. And by all means, in whatever environment you're in, you've got to control your own. So,
yep.
Solid first 2 bowls here.
Great shooting.
Yeah, we're seeing some classy stuff here from these guys.
Yeah, really good bowls.
Staying on the backhand.
So you said earlier, Alex, that Ian Lane took a set off Lee Schreiner, was that right?
Yes, he did. First set out there on B green. So he went to a 3-in tie break.
So Schreiner, one of the 3 unbeaten players going into this round. One more round this afternoon. We'll be showing you another game, and then tomorrow it's 2 quarterfinals, one from the men's, one from the women's. Not in that order, I don't think. And then the 2 finals.
Just asking Wendy for some clarification on where the bowls are in relation to the jack. The 2 bowls of Ian Lane's are short enough that they're not really in the way. If you take your green, just let that bowl come back to the centre line, and they're sitting flat too, or the bowl that he might hit sitting flat, so it's safe enough to stay on that forehand.
Probably weight good enough to count here from Ronald, but just missing high. Maybe that bowl was slightly in his eye. Great band of volunteers around the club. I see since I walked in this morning, people monitoring the car park, people walking around getting stuff done inside the clubhouse. So well on to Browns Bay and the team of volunteers.
Yep, clubs can't do without them. And when you consider that they're not able to use the greens themselves, they're not doing it for themselves, they're doing it for their club. And they are the people. You can see a couple of shirts over the back, white and orange colour, all volunteers here.
Have done a fantastic job. Run a number of big events before the Browns Bay Bowling Club. No stranger to bowls at a high level. Played host as oh, look at that, just around the corner.
That works.
Yep.
Why not? Here's the man in charge, Pete, the president of Browns Bay Bowling Club, and I'm sure he's looking forward to a rest in a couple of days' time when the dust has settled here.
I'd love. I'm just trying to see his watch there. If it monitors the steps. No, it's a Rolex. Yeah, I'd love to know the steps he's clocked up this week, Pete.
Oh, he's yeah.
I think he's clocked that he's on the.
Hey, look at him go.
Yeah, Pete Shem, when he sees the camera on him, he starts moving.
Springing a step.
And he's, as president, he's been really energetic at this club, and probably not all the members think he's the greatest thing since sliced bread, but he does such a good job, and he's so encouraging, and the members, respond to him. Oh, to get a group together like this to come in and cook, clean, all that sort of stuff.
Chalk the greens in the morning.
Takes a bit of magic, and he's certainly got that.
This is a 3 here conceded by Ian Lane, so
that little wick on that side bowl that was there tantalisingly, and I'm sure that what Ronald wanted to do was come inside that and settle for another. He got an inside edge or outside edge, I can't remember which, and pushed it in. So he is back in this game well and truly, now in front by 6-4.
2 the difference. I'll just have a look to see whether, just looking at the wind and the jack to be delivered.
Well, it just went down before this game started, and there's a bit of a headwind going in this direction, and certainly a slight tailwind going the other, and that's what the Canadian and Irish players were saying. They just had to remember, the different winds. And then you walk in front of the clubhouse, of course, and there's no breeze.
So back-to-back multiples for Ronald from Macau. He's picked up a 2 on the 4th end and a 3 on the 5th end. 5 shots and 2 ends. And he's...
So I'm just... Oh, sorry, Bear. I was just watching our cameraman twist around then to work out exactly what flag he was on then. I think it was at the corner where these bowlers are now. So a bit of a...
Very handy, the little corner flag.
Yeah.
Because the wind... You see the flags on top of clubhouses and that, and it's like, well, that's not the wind we need to be looking at.
No.
It's the down at ground level. I went to a club not long ago. They had about 20 flag poles. And I said, oh, well, it's good to have 20 flag poles and put 20 flags up, but I don't choose to sort of look at the wind up there. But
no, you don't look up 20 feet up.
Another comparatively short end here.
Yes, Ian Lane, he's just lost his rhythm here. First couple of ends came out.
Yeah.
75% effective rate, first 2 ends. His last probably 7 or 8 deliveries just haven't been effective.
Conversely, this guy's Ronald's have been pretty effective.
Great home there in the game.
Yeah.
See there the Browns Bay Bowling Club, Bowls New Zealand, Aotearoa and Will Bowls flags flapping in the breeze. And Pete has been the man who's been putting those flags up. Hasn't made one mistake. We're always concerned that perhaps he'll say Bowls New Zealand's in peril and fly the flag upside down, but it's been it's been perfect all week.
That's better there from Lane.
Yeah. So I don't think Ronald needs to switch here. He's got 2 bowls down the middle on his backhand. Just feel the weight. It's always a bit risky switching to a new hand, but see how he goes. And he had to probably take a yard off his previous delivery or a metre, and he would draw the shot.
He's now thinking to himself, why did I change hands?
Yeah, and that's... I'm not quite sure why the majority of us do it, but I think we're always trying to... we're in the pursuit of sort of perfection, and you can clearly see it's still drawable on the backhand. It's just a matter of taking the weight off. But by switching to the forehand, you've got to find the 2 ingredients, a new line and the length.
And then you get into that situation where you're almost playing the bowl and in doubt about,
That's right.
where it's what I want to achieve here, and should I be playing this hand? So it's no doubt stepping back off the mat sometimes is a key, and he stood there on the mat for quite a while, just pushing his bowl onto the ground, and so just a little bit unusual. There he goes. He's got good opportunity here, though. There's a 3 on the other hand, isn't there?
It's interesting. It's a bad time to have the loosest end that you've had in a little while, with a 2-shot lead going into the last end. So this 4th bowl really important. He's going to persist with the forehand. I fear. No, we're okay.
Yeah, failed experiment, back to the backhand. And those 2 bowls you can see down the middle of that rink, they are effective because they're on line. So they might not be close, but they're still effective. And you've got to run with that. Hopefully he can find the weight he needs. Surely he's got the confidence to play a similar line with his first 2. A bit under. Has he got some more weight? Well, he might have backdoored this.
Yep.
Beautiful. Perfect speed. And for one there, I would say.
Close.
It shows the fear of that bowl out to the right, and they look bigger than they are, don't they? You know, and off that would have been fine. You could have wicked it off and used it to just settle him for shot. He might still have it. What do we get any indication from Wendy?
Yeah, I'm on Wendy.
What do you got for us, Wendy? Oh, sitting on the fence.
For goodness sake.
And she knows we'll be saying that too. She would love to have gone in and been definite.
Ian Lane, well, back to the draw here. 3 feet of room. Stalking it.
His weight's okay. He's got this.
That's a lovely bowl.
Doesn't want Jack. He's good. He's left it.
So if it was 1 before, now it's 2. Find out shortly.
Yep. Ian says, I think I've got 2 here. And Ronald said, well, if you think you've got it, you do the measure.
Let's just have a look at this. So I've just been doing a bit of coaching out on the road this week. And part of your learning, I guess, period of taking up the game is learning how to measure. And he's done that really well. Good stuff, Ian.
So the one there, so 5-6 the score, and we're into the final end of this first set. It's beautiful weather here at the Browns Bay Bowling Club, and the sun is beating down. There are some options for sun protection and bowls, and Max, our cameraman, who you can see on screen, has gone for all 4 of them. There are spalms, a hoodie. So those spalms there that you see, they're available on the Bowls New Zealand online shop. They do a fantastic job. They're comfortable and they stop the sun from going through. I went out in the sun last week and forgot to put sunscreen on, and my arms turned a quite concerning shade. So I'm going to invest in some spalms myself going forward, because it keeps it nice and simple. It doesn't have the oily feel of the sunscreen.
Second jack to be replayed in this game. So each player has done it once.
Won the difference last end. Look, that mat's as far back as it could possibly be.
Yeah, now he's done what you've said, Barry. He's taking his time over the jack, having put one out.
Yeah, he definitely wasn't that slow.
No.
Yeah. Watching it. It's good to watch the jack finish too, feel the weight, identify the length too, and put a number on it if you like. When the jack comes to end, or comes to rest, put a number on it. 27, 28, 29, 30. Recognise the length by number, and then know what delivery is required for that number, just like golf. Unfortunately, we don't have a caddy in singles, but if someone gave you a distance, no doubt it will help you control that distance. Unfortunately, we haven't got someone standing there saying you've got 25 yards to draw this shot. But if you can do your quick math, put a number on things, I really do feel it helps.
They say it when you watch the World Bowls Tour events that are televised for up in the UK. It's announced by the marker, isn't it, where the jack length is?
Yeah, so there's a secondary marker walking down the side of the rink, just off the portable rink, and they're just stepping it out, and they indicate to the players and the crowd what the length of the end is. But in golf, a caddy will say you've got 150 yards. You'll need to know what club and then what you need to do to get to 150 yards. In bowls, we just look up and see a target. But if you can get comfortable putting numbers on things, it's for me, it's a good step in the right direction.
So Ian Lane finds himself one down on this final end. Be hoping that this bowl pulls up about there. That's a very nice shot from Ian.
That's good too for Ronald. He knows that that's half a metre over, and he can sit on that. He can draw that as he goes down to that bowl touch the ground stance that he has. Watches it really closely. No blinking for quite some time.
Nice
Great
line.
weight, yeah. Gee. Well, we got it both right, didn't he?
Yeah.
Nice line, nice weight.
Yeah,
So
it's a good shot.
Yeah.
You know, it's still an effective bowl inside that sort of yard marker, but Ian's got one closer, so he's going to have to get going, Ronald, here. If he wants to try and win the set, sitting as a draw at this stage.
Looks to be a bit of a wider line this time, but they've still been coming in quite away from out there. Not quite that much.
Didn't quite have the running.
Righto, Ronald, what have you got? Well, you're changing hands. Okay.
Well, he's got two bowls, I suppose. So
Yeah.
maybe he's thinking, oh, mate, I'll spend two bowls on the back end.
Takes that rear foot right back onto the back left corner of the mat, but perfectly legal. If you have, as Barry Lester said, part of one foot over the mat when you deliver.
Oh, it's actually gone remarkably well. Bowl. Just navigating outside the shot bowl, the second shot, third shot, fourth shot of Ian Lane's that sits at 2 o'clock to the jack. Would have been a heart and mouth moment there.
Oh, yeah. There was only one way you could drop two there, and that was to play the backhand. So, anyway, Ronald might see something we don't see, but for me, it was just drop a yard forehand, perfect line, and yeah, you're right. My heart was sort of in my mouth a little bit for Ronald there, but maybe he was looking to trail the jack or something. I'm not quite sure. But it's a big tactical sport, this. Shot selection's everything.
He stayed down there to watch this last bowl of his opponents. He has the advantage. That is Chi Hong Wong or Ronald. He has the advantage at 6-5. He's hoping that this one doesn't come in for second shot, but it's going to.
That's a beautiful bowl.
Ian Lane, well played.
Outstanding bowl right behind the jack. Is it going to sit down?
I'll put that in your report, Lois.
Yeah, so
I'm sure. I just want it to sit. Someone jump.
So what we've got now is Ronald can see half the left-hand side of that shot bowl.
Got the back
Gets
bowl.
that and takes both out.
We saw Ronald be very aggressive with his
yeah.
last bowl of the first end of the set, so perhaps the last bowl of the last end is similarly so.
Has he got the 2 metre?
He's got the back bowls, and
Okay.
it's more likely to kill than it is to go back with where that
Yeah.
shot bowl is positioned. So I think, based on how he's played, he will probably just give this a hit.
So Ian Lane sitting back on the seat, just nothing he can do about this now. The outcome is entirely in this right hand of Ronald.
What hand are we going?
We saw him attack earlier, go through the
Yeah.
narrowest of holes. Here he goes again.
Watch for it to come on the screen. It's going to be underneath. There we go.
Whew.
He'll be disappointed with that.
So Lane stands up and will claim at least 2. Finger measure for 3. This says 2. It is. So they agree on 2, and the first set goes the way of Ian Lane of Norfolk Island. He takes that from Chi Hong Wong of Macau. And we start a new game, second set.
It was a very seesawing set. You know, it was anyone's set for that, most of it. Ronald had the best sort of 3 ends in a row. It was looking like he might get a bit of momentum up, and then blinked once or twice, and Ian was able to snatch it back. First set's in the bag now. We move on to the second one, and it all starts again. 7 ends of bowls to go.
Yeah, Ian Lane winning 4 ends out of the 7, picking up a couple of multiples. That 3 on the first end put him in a good position, but then to finish with a multiple always helps as well. He had a couple of ends off through the middle, didn't score on ends 4 and 5, with Ronald picking up a 2 and a 3. We thought maybe Ronald might run away with it then, but good character building moving into the second set from Ian Lane.
One of the things we've spoken about, Barry, is the role of the marker in these events, and they are all umpires here at this event. And I was listening to Steve Sargent brief his players this morning, and one of the challenges we have in New Zealand is we have jack high, jack level and jack low bowls in New Zealand that we talk about, and when we domestically talk about a bowl that's jack high, we mean it's past the jack. When we talk about a bowl that's jack level, it's level, and jack low is low. But the law book, jack high and jack level mean the same thing. So Steve was just clarifying with his players that he wasn't going to talk in high and low. He said, I'll tell you when it's level, and I'll tell you when the bowl is past jack level, and I'll tell you when the bowl is short of jack level. Have you come across any confusions in your career with that sort of stuff, or how does it work?
No, not confusions, but just understand that different countries pronounce it differently. So jack low is a real New Zealand thing. You really rarely hear it anywhere else. So hasn't got a large continuity around the world. So it's usually just jack high or jack level. But jack high usually is the number one way of saying it, or trying to get the message across. So then you got bowl short, bowl behind, or half a bowl short, half a bowl. So but that's what once again makes this game so great. You do hear different examples, like my friend Lauren Dion. I'm sure he'll be tuning in to watch from over in America. Lauren's been a champion bowler out of America for many years, and he'll call a bowl that's in the way maybe a winger. Yeah. So you got to get around or under the winger. So it's it's something that may be in the way, or and then he's iconic with saying a front toucher is a noser.
Okay.
So everyone has their own ways of saying it, but what Lauren likes to do is he likes to either dial in. He likes to dial in when he plays, so he either chooses cellular or Wi-Fi.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He's representing Cali, and he brings his Cali culture and ways of saying it, California, and it's awesome. So shout out to Lauren Dion. But yeah, I love hearing the different words and different, but all have the same meanings.
Yeah, it's interesting. And the mark as well, I just made sure, I'm sure all of them have briefed the players just to go, well, and often you hear that, how would you like me to indicate the distances? Because some people talk in imperial or metric or use hand signals, but just to get it clear before you play the game.
Feet and inches for me, that'll do.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Because, imperial's gone from these sort of countries where we are, and yet players still understand.
It seems to be the bowls talk. New Zealand, we talk in imperial when it comes to bowls.
I like, and a word we've chatted about or used often is particularly when the 2 metre mark comes into it. Who's got the backest? Backest is not a word in the English dictionary, but it is a bowls term, and everyone understands it. It saves words. Have I got the bowl which is closest to the 2 metre?
Yeah.
You've got the backest. Yeah.
Lovely.
Get it added to the dictionary soon. This is a good end here for Ian Lane because he has covered the 2 and he's got 2 bowls on the jack. The two backest bowls even, John.
Yeah, and a tricky little head for Ronald because there's not really, for me, a target to be going quick at. It's going to be difficult because of the two bowls being a fair way apart in length, so I think it's going to have to be a draw, but this is where you've got to look at one of your earlier deliveries. So the bowl over there at around about 2 o'clock, 2:30, it had the potential with another 4 feet of weight to draw the shot, so it's trying to grab the goodness of that. And I think go back to that line and just try and find, a couple of feet of weight here. Try and draw this shot.
You're almost thinking if I draw a second shot, it's good fishing here. And
not a mile
anything
away
else
either,
is a bonus.
He's good here. He just needs connection now.
Oh, hard luck. That was a very good attempt.
Same as a previous bowl.
Yeah, so but it's only two in a 7-end game. It's significant, but it could well have been a lot worse. So Ronald tosses the mat.
I think he just tossed the mat onto our camera.
Yeah. Oh, is that what they...
That's okay. It's not an earthquake at Browns Bay. It's just some bloke throwing a mat at a very expensive piece of equipment. I'll calm down in a second. Okay, so it was 2, was it, to Ian Lane after one end.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, when I chatted to Ronald from Macau, China, and informed him that he was going to be on the televised match, he had a look of horror came over his face. And he said, "That's not good. Not good for me. I'm not good enough." He basically said.
Oh, he's played good bowls.
He has. He's given us a delightful competition here.
Ian on the backhand.
He switched into this side of the rink quite readily and has played it well. And it does appear as though Ronald's going to use that same line. His last bowl coming this way was pretty effective. Again, see that back foot, only half of it on the corner of the mat, even less now.
Whatever works, I suppose.
Yep. Coming in a long way from out there.
And that's a nice bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah, really well played there. Happy with that bowl as Ronald.
Yeah, great to see a fist pump.
Good
on him.
Emotion's good, eh? We were saying before we started, we had that Trans-Tasman clash yesterday morning, Aidan Takadua and Lee Schreiner, and they both wear their hearts on their sleeves, which is exciting for the spectators and great for a broadcast because you can actually tell if they think the bowl's good when they let it go, and you certainly know when they think it's not as good as it could have been.
So Ronald getting a much better finish. And you wonder too, foot placement, Barry, talk us through that. I mean, that's effective, isn't it now? Because his bowl, even though they're using the same bowls, they're both right-handers, they're both possibly taking the same line, with that place where he's got his feet as opposed to his to Lane. What effect does that have at the other end?
Yeah, so he's using the outside of the mat. He's trying to shut down the angle, so he's getting to the outside of the mat. He's squaring up to his line because he knows if he keeps his feet pointing out off the mat and having his body open to the angle, we're noticing once the bowl gets a little bit high on that hand, it doesn't come back. So both players are choosing to stay quite straight at release and try and fight that angle of that hand. We've seen too many bowls get caught too high and finish too wide. So they're trying to play a bit more of an attacking line, both with their feet angle and their body angle. So you'll see here from Ronald again. So he's starting his feet, what would be probably classified as quite narrow. Then he switches to the forehand.
Yeah.
So as you can see, his feet are opposite now, forehand. This is the wider side. And he's getting a nice open angle on the forehand. And it starts with your feet positioning, and then ideally your sternum and your shoulder placement. So you want to be nice and square to your target. Great switch there from Ronald.
That's a lovely switch, isn't it?
Yeah.
very good. I thought he would have just
Beautiful.
played backhand again, but
Well, I thought so too,
I
but
was going to say you wouldn't cut. I mean, the percentage, the conventional wisdom in bowls is if you've played a really good first bowl and you know how it feels and the head hasn't changed, you just do it again. But Ronald confident, and look at that, he's played it perfectly.
yeah, very good switch. And he, like I said, with his feet, he opened right up, and he opened up his shoulders. And yeah, it's sometimes when you're playing on certain hands that have got certain characteristics, a lot of it will come down to that setup and the biomechanics.
so facing 2 shots down here, playing with a little bit of weight to get him up to the shots, just flicks inside.
There's something we've seen a lot of too. Those types of bowls on a New Zealand green are really challenging to play. That sort of little bit overweight, you can't really clunk in to heads with a high percent of words. I've lost it. Of effectiveness. Effectiveness is the word I'm looking for. We either draw or drive in New Zealand. The sort of a little reaching bowl, easy to miss, and Ronald unhappy with that. You could see it just. I don't even think you need to see where the bowl's going. It wobbled out of his hand.
He'll be really annoyed at that because he, as you've mentioned, Barry played a bowl coming one way, switched over for some reason, and it worked for him. 2 lovely bowls there, and with an open draw for him, the way he'd been playing, the 3 was on the cards.
Obviously,
and
he should have switched
just
back to
lost
the
it.
backhand.
Yeah, but if we just watch this bowl here get released, he just, I think he just sort of moves too much wrist movement here or too much hand movement. You can see that hand really come across quite severely at release, not getting the bowl away on the centre part of the bowl.
That's a big advantage of what you're doing there, is almost videoing, a player's style, delivery, and all that sort of thing. Analysing is, videoing is so important, isn't it? Because you don't know what you're doing when you stand on the mat. You've got a fair idea, but then you have a look at yourself and you think, hell, that's totally different.
Yeah, well, you're probably your best critic and worst critic. So, ideally, if you want to take your game to that level, you've got to get on vision. And these days, straight from your phone to your TV, your computer, it's so easy. And I use apps where you can draw over your technique and put lines and things. But yeah, you got to be able to watch your own technique and critique it. And just with that actual movement, then everything was pretty good, right to the point where he just moved his hand across at last minute. So, and a good little way to getting out of that is do it over a real minimal position, making sure you're getting the bowl away nice and smooth, even just 6 feet out from the ditch, just making sure that release is nice and square. And if you want to go to another level, grab a real old set of bowls out of the shed. The old wide bias bowls, they're really good to get back to basics with if you're struggling with your technique. And once the narrower bowls these days are more and more prevalent, it can be a little bit tricky to deliver. And the old fat bowls, the old Dunlops I had back in the mid-90s, you couldn't get them away rough. They were that fat.
That's right. Yeah, the running track was 6 inches wide.
Yes. Yeah.
Righto, Ronald, and he'd be keen not to let that last bowl of the previous end upset him when he had the chance of grabbing a 3.
So it looks like from the player's end, so you've essentially blocked off the forehand side with those 3 bowls that have cut across the head.
See in the background there, the Chinese player just going through the motions. Look at him even now, it's just slapping his thigh, probably applauding as well the ball that's going down from his opponent. But just giving himself a reminder of what he needs to do here. Get back on track.
On the tight side.
Yeah,
so
short again, isn't he?
Well, the weight's actually worked out
Good enough.
fine.
Yeah,
It just
it was actually.
narrow all the way
Yeah.
down. One of those bowls, you let it go and you think, well, I need a massive gust of wind or a track that we haven't seen yet.
Well, if he wants a reminder of the green he needs to take, he's getting it here from his opponent.
Nice shot.
Beautiful.
So it's 2, maybe 3.
And again, nothing to hit here for Ronald. It's just about making a correction. Keep the same weight as your previous bowl, but take a little bit more green. Let the bowl come back to the centre line.
Oh, I think he's gone narrow again, hasn't he? Oh, no, he's a bit more green on it this time, but...
It's better line. Has he got the weight this time? He needs to hang around now. Needs to hang around.
Oh.
That helps.
Oh.
Second shot.
The
Yeah.
bowl.
His first effective bowl for the end at least.
Pleased with that. He's essentially prevented a simple 3 for Ian.
Just looking at previous winners, do some big names that have come away with the men's and women's titles, especially a couple of local heroes in Taylor Bruce and Shannon McElroy the last few years. You throw in Joe Edwards, and you go far back as 2007 when Tony Grantham won the men's at Warilla. So some big names featured in this event for many years.
You would have played against Ali Forsyth a bit, eh?
Yes, definitely with and against Ali. We
Yep.
used to be Tarrant Point teammates in the Premier League in Australia, and yeah, great player. And yeah, look at some of those names on that list. Who will be this year's winners?
Yeah. So Lane gets a single and now leads by 3-2. We've played 3 ends of the second set. The first set going the way of the player from Norfolk Island by 7-6. He needed a couple on that to win it and managed to do so.
Next year we head to Barham in up on the border, Victorian New South Wales border, for the World Champions. Brand new facility there.
Oh, good.
Double indoor roof.
Yep.
So great facilities for these players to come back to next year.
It's exciting. It's been to this event in particular seems to have travelled around to lots of different host nations. Sandra Keith from New Zealand, did she win it in Cyprus?
Cyprus, yeah.
Yeah. You look back through some of the venues, you think, wow, why wasn't that me?
Yeah.
Aberdeen, Scotland, and Ayr, Scotland, back to back. So
Yeah.
good on
To
them.
hell with the bowls. I want to have a holiday either side.
Yeah,
of it.
well, you try to throw in a bit of both when you can.
Yep.
Nice shot from Ian. Good start up.
Has he been backhand round the clock largely? Yeah, I don't recall many
Yeah, he
forehand
has.
shots from.
Yeah,
Ian
he
Lane.
has, and that's okay. I do say the forehand and the backhand delivery are two different, totally two different deliveries. And so he's really getting some rhythm up on the backhand round the clock, and the rink is playing quite well to give him that confidence.
So it's not restricted, is he, by how the rink is playing?
And some days it's just weird how you feel a little bit more comfortable with one or the other, either the forehand or the backhand.
Here he goes.
Ronald said, well, you're going to have to be better on that backhand, Ian.
Yeah. His set up, and I was just after you'd spoken about it, Barry, just watching his set up there, his foot placement as he played the forehand, which he played really well for one of his 2 bowls on the last end. So they're both getting there or thereabouts. It's getting to the tight stage. So I wonder if we'll see Ronald change hands here, because he does tend to do it if there's anything in his road.
Oh, well commentated, John.
Switcheroo.
Yeah.
And there we go. There we see more on the backhand. It's more pronounced for Ronald, but where his foot placement is to the extreme left of the mat. Trying to get it to turn late and a lot.
Yeah,
It's not going to be short anyway.
he's picked his line well here. That should be down the spine, maybe even cross the line slightly. So just cooked it. Big end this one. Ronald wants to be scoring here. You don't want to be chasing a number on the last end to try and force a tie break.
Well, there you go. He's moved over to the forehand.
get some late turn. He should be good here. Not quite.
3 bowls within Cooey. Be
Yeah,
careful.
yeah.
Oh.
Tight head.
Watch it on.
Nice bright shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of those ones that you say, oh, putting in a composite team for something or other.
Yeah, that's my friend's business, Direct Sourcing Solutions, Brian.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, Brian Lockyer.
Yep.
So he's loves his bowls, puts back into the game a lot, does Brian.
Oh, how good's this potentially?
Great shot from Ronald.
Sit down here. Lovely bowl.
Is that enough?
Maybe.
Oh, we're going to find out soon. He's got the fingers in there and he's looking around, doing the measure.
And then we'll see.
Will he
Can't
suggest
tell us,
something?
Wendy. Oh, he's
look
flipped
at
the bowl.
that for
Yeah.
sportsmanship. How good's that?
Yeah. 1 to Macau.
Big bowl in the context of this match.
Oh, yeah. So he got nice finish off his last, and it wasn't far away from being in the count. Here we go. Last bowl for Lane. Well, this is the 4th end. Wanting to just get the same finish as he did with his previous. We'll let you know soon. Or he might knock his own up. He will knock his own up. He gets in for shot.
That is an outstanding bowl on the forehand from Ian Lane. Perfect weight.
Righto, Barry. Now you, of course, would just play on the right-hand side as we look at it. And you'd just tickle the jack back to your own and get 3, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you're just trying to trail a jack here, a foot, 18 inches. Don't
Yep.
be too precise with it. You've got to make sure you're definitely there as well. So, you'll take being heavy as well and dragging the jack right back. So, the key here, not to underdo it. The last thing you want to do is be underplay it a foot or two and don't actually be there. But you can't. Probably there's enough angle to actually sit the bowl as well. So, that's the weight I think you'd be choosing to use. Enough weight just to lift the bowl once as well.
Big bowl here for Ronald. He's down 1. Looking to just pull that jack back. Has he gone too wide here? They do finish well from out on there.
Nice speed.
Yeah, yeah.
He did play good
slightly
weight.
Hey, not bad at all. What great weight that was too.
Look
So
at that. 7
3
bowls.
Yeah, and you look at all those. There's only 1 bowl that's not there, and that's Ronald's first, I think. So a pretty good head there, but it will be 1 to Ian Lane of Norfolk Island.
4-2 the score, and we're on the 5th end. Absorbing contest between these two players.
So with you, are you doing quite a bit of coaching, Barry?
Yeah, so I went out on my own pretty much about 12 months ago.
Yep.
Yeah, started my own business. So my business name's Blessed.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
bowls
great.
leadership, excellent skills and training. And yeah, really enjoyed it. Getting out on my own, traveling around, travel anywhere, you name it. And also try and help club with a bit of development work as well. Having worked in the sport as in the admin department, working with Bowls Australia over different initiatives over the years, and yeah, get out and help clubs with their social media or their websites, etc. So I really love it. Yeah.
Oh, so you haven't just restricted yourself to sort of the higher quality bowler. Do you do any introductory stuff?
No, I definitely do. I try to look after all levels and try to help the bowler of the bottom division in the club work their way up, and I believe there's always room for improvement for everyone. So
good stuff.
Team buildings, motivational speaking,
Yep.
and yeah, so it's good, and goal setting, all that stuff. So yeah, try to get out to as many clubs as I can, and great to work with some of the centres here, and I've got some coaching coming up in the new year in Melbourne where I'm working for a region, working after an area. So yeah, love it, and yeah, I've got some big things happening next year, so going to really broaden my horizons a little bit, start providing some equipment, etc. So it's really exciting.
So people how do they contact you? Just do a Google? Is that the
Yeah,
best
just
way to...
barrylester.com.au, and yeah, I'll get back to you, and I'll travel anywhere. So I grew up in a town with 700 people in pretty much the middle of country Victoria, so I
I'll go anywhere. You name it.
I just saw Ronald overplay his bowl. It's one of the first long 2 metre to 2 metre ends we've seen in a while, and just overcooked a little bit into the ditch with his first one. Ian, 2 okay bowls.
And that's that fear factor we spoke about in that first game, about it when the jack is near the tee, that bowl becomes more vulnerable to be lost into the ditch, and we just saw that with Ronald's first one.
How good is that as a correction? Very well played bowl.
Yeah, it needs to fall.
They're not doing it, are they?
Not quite.
No.
Even Ronald, you could see him leaning as he was walking back then.
Hope for a gust of wind or a truck or someone jumping up and down.
Another backhand. Needs 4 feet on his previous delivery. Not quite.
Yeah, and it's quite nice when the player's on the mat and he knows that blue bowl, and he'd watch it from the other end. That's the one I've got to beat. If I could beat that, I've got 2 because he's already got shot, or according to the marker. On the other hand, so does Ronald. Just needs to beat that last of his. Just got to remember that green out there. It's taking quite a bit. He's watching that intently.
Needs to clear that. Down it comes. We might tip his other one over. Yes, he will. That could be enough.
He made it sit down. There we go. See if we get an indication from Wendy Sutty, the marker, in a second after Ian Lane has done his finger measuring. Do you have any thoughts on finger measuring, Barry?
Yeah, well, one of my idols growing up, Steve Glasson, was really big on it. He was one of the ones that sort of introduced it, and you'd see him do it on TV all the time. And it's a good indicator. It's not gospel, but it's a good reference point, and it does help, put you in a mindset before you go back to the mat to play your bowl to sort of back yourself in to say you've got it or you don't. But ultimately, we won't really find out until the measure's been done. But yeah, it's a good little guide.
And you asked about the white lines, didn't you?
Yes.
You just see half the back of, he's going to nudge that up. And
he's done this twice.
Yeah,
That's an exceptional bowl. Beautiful shot from Ian Lane.
You see the applause from his opponent. Force him to change hands, try and come around on the forehand.
It's one of the hardest bowls in the book, and he's executed it to perfection twice in this match.
Or will he?
What are you thinking, John?
Well, the way he was looking at that forehand to bring it round, and difficult shot, but he's been playing well. Flick the jack across.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I think he can definitely trail this jack for 2 or 3 forehand.
Yeah.
He's only really got one result backhand, and that's drawing it for 1. But I think in his position, I think it's worth the risk. Forehand trail, but it looks like it's going to be backhand. He might be looking to play weight here. We saw it earlier.
I was just going to say that's the other option, isn't it?
Just get rid of the bowl. No.
Oh, he's not got off the mat though.
Okay, forehand trail. Shot of the day if he gets this.
I'd love to see it happen. What's his
Staring at
expression?
If he clears the front,
he's under.
he's not going to.
Good weight. Great weight.
I've seen worse efforts this week.
Yeah, perfect weight. Just underneath.
So Lane gets a little promotion to give himself the single there.
One indicated. So the score now 5-2 to Ian Lane, and we're on the 6th end. So he's opened up a 3-shot lead. He'll be feeling okay at the moment about how things progressing. If he scores on this end, that's essentially the set. Reverse is true for Ronald. He needs to score on the next 2 ends, probably in 2s. So important for both of these players, but different reasons why.
Yeah, 3 ends in a row for Ian Lane.
He's
3
gone
singles.
slightly longer than what they've been playing in this direction. An end. The distance they've been playing, the length they've been playing has suited them both. We've seen some quite compact heads in this direction. The jack's gone probably 1.5 meters further than previously. Maybe Lane's hoping that his opponent will misjudge again and go into the ditch.
Yeah. Ian took the maximum amount of green available to him there on the back end, and you can see they just don't come back to the centre line if you give them too much room to breathe on that ditch side. I've been impressed with these greens, John. If you look, well, all 3 of them are the same, but the coverage is very even all the way through. There's no bare patches, and we can see when you get near the end by the ditches, it doesn't run off into the ditch. It's nice and level all the way through.
Ian Lane, pretty good weight with his first. Just needs to correct that line. Once they get under, though, they do go away. And see how far this gets. And off it goes. Hang on for shot, though.
We'll probably see Ronald change hands now.
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah.
Forehand trail would be nice for him, though.
Absolutely, yeah. I know he's decided to stay with that hand, which he's been playing very well. Nice target for a nice line there. Just finish inside that last bowl of his opponent. Grabbing a couple here would be great.
Yeah, got to give every bowler a chance here. Does Ronald?
He's done that.
It's pretty good here. That'll do for shot. Well done.
Nice bowl. He's a 1 bowl low of the jack.
Staying on that backhand too. That's good. He knows the line. Not afraid. He's he's down to that shot anyway. So if he knocks it up a bit further, it's of no consequence. If he gets around it, he might just grab the shot.
Needs to get under.
Would you look at this?
Wow.
Top shot.
Good effort. Not quite, I feel.
So outstanding bowl, and Wendy again indicating it's a draw. Very consistent, Wendy Suddy, with her calls.
She'll listen back to this, Alex, and you'll get a message tomorrow.
I said she was consistent. It's a positive.
Yep. Right, here we go. He had a lovely line last time. Perfect weight. Here we go. Inside that line again. He's got it. He's got the line.
Can he trail the jack?
Yeah.
Can he trail the jack here, Ronald?
If he does, he's got 2.
Well, he's drawn it.
He's got the shot anyway. Gee. Ooh, this is a tense penultimate end.
Wendy making no bones about this one, indicating 1 to Ronald.
You're in trouble.
And
just another shot came into his mind.
Is he going back to check? Is he looking what happens? Is he maybe checking that he's 1 or 2 down? Or?
Yeah, big difference between 1 or 2 here, I feel, because if he is 2, I think he will attack. 1 down, maybe to try and draw out of trouble, but I think if he's 2 down, he might.
Big chances, isn't there?
Yeah, both bowls out for 2, bowl through bowl, jack in the ditch. But there is a bit of a risk with that one, though. If he does kill it and not stay around, respot, 3 down on the respot.
Just play backhand. That's...
He's getting angry here.
Yeah, I think so.
Not quite the weight I was expecting to see after the...
Turning over his own, he's going to be wide. I think more direct line might have been the way.
Such a hard bowl to play on New Zealand. Yeah. Well, what a moment we might be about to see here. Ronald in form on his forehand.
Now, if that jack was to come back to just past the white tee,
Yep.
he'd be counting 4, wouldn't he?
Absolutely. 2016, you called it, John. Karen Murphy, 4 shots to win gold.
Yeah.
Right.
Gee.
Amazing shot that was.
Oh, well, what a great player. I was so impressed that she got inducted to the Australian Sports Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
Eh?
it's amazing. Great for the game. Great for Karen. Much deserved. Let's see if Ronald can live up to those standards. Trail the jack, 18 inches, 2 feet for 4 shots here. Well, it's on its way.
Is it close?
It's definitely
Oh,
arriving.
what a great weight.
Oh, he's played it.
What a ball!
That's too far. Or not
it's
too far.
It's not too far. It's
Gee.
absolutely
Oh, what a great
outstanding.
shot.
Shot of the day.
Out of nowhere, Ronald has just gone bang, 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 bang. I'll take 4, 6-5 up as we go into the last end. That's words fail me.
Yeah.
Well, at my clinics, I talk about playing bowls in big moments, and I use the footage of Karen Murphy, World Bowls 216. Sorry, Karen.
We'll get it to you.
Ronald,
Oh.
you're my new example in my new clinics.
So let's see that again, please. That was fabulous. So it just needed to be perfect weight. He couldn't go too hard at it. He just dragged it back enough to take that closest shot of lanes out of contention, and a superb 4 for the man from Macau.
Literally perfect.
And as the adrenaline's up,
Yes,
what happens?
he puts the jack in the
Absolutely. Well, our adrenaline's up in the commentary box.
Yeah.
You wonder how Ronald's heart's going at the moment, but that's what happens.
Oh,
We've seen that a couple of times today.
Might be your little bit coaching tip to him when you talk to him later on, Barry. Just take time after you've played a bomb and you're going to throw the jack down. Just take time.
that's up there with the best bowl we've seen this entire week.
Yes.
From the man who hails from Macau. I have like 2 bowling clubs, travelled to the other side of the world, bottom of the ladder, and has pulled out some absolute magic here at the World Champion of Champions singles.
Well, for me, that's the first time today from this morning in this game that someone's had 4 effective bowls in an end. So, Ronald, mate, I reckon we speak to Alex and we send you this by Dropbox or however he wants to do it, and send you that footage, mate. Show it to your family, show it to your friends. Whatever happens this week, mate.
Good as it gets.
That's what it's all about.
And he won't be too worried about the length of jack now. That's gone down towards the 2 metre, by 1.5 metres short of that. He's just got to recall that this side that he's playing, this hand coming in this direction, needed that bit of green, and he was sadly lacking in the previous end in this direction. But he's remembered it. That's good. And he comes with a delightful weight, and he now has
It's a good
the
bowl.
shot, and we need lane nose. He's got to put at least 1 inside that. So a draw in this is in Lane's favour. He would win the game. A win in this end, if Chi Hong Wong or Ronald scores here, then it goes to a tiebreaker.
His confidence has got to be sky high.
Oh, it's just, yeah.
I wonder if his heart rate's settled down yet.
Well, my blood pressure's gone up. Did you see it, John? It was just, words fail me. But
I'm
he has
just
to
so
focus
glad he
on the
played it
team
because
now.
we all drew it up in the commentary box.
Yeah.
And he did the hard bit, executing it.
Yeah. Well, he's not going to be short here. He doesn't want to knock his own out.
Oh,
If he
inside
stays,
half
he's all right.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that's gone very well for a bowl that was overplayed.
and a fist pump. So the adrenaline's definitely up.
He's got the 2 metre mark.
Alrighty. Ian Lane just needs 1 to win the match.
Needs it to hold its line.
Yeah, it's a tight line he's got there.
See how far it runs away. Should just keep going. And it has. Well, Ronald, what are you going to do? Looks like a chopping and changing again. Right.
He's done this, played this hand before. Remember, he played one that went really wide and short, and he just about fell over with annoyance. But he's up to it, holding calm.
Good line.
Yeah, holding 2 shots now.
Well played.
Oh, fist pump again. Ronald's thinking, I've got you. Like, you can smell the tiebreak, I feel.
No matter what happens here, I'm going to go up to Ronald afterwards and say, and you weren't comfortable about playing on the TV rink.
Gave us a great moment.
Yeah.
This looks the goods for me.
Yeah, it's a good line from him. It's that weight.
He likes it, Ian Lane.
Yeah. Yeah, done it. He's done it. So 6-all we look at now. And so for Ronald, it's going to have to be another outstanding bowl. Yeah, like, I don't think we need to lip read him. He might just be saying, well, the way he played that one game the other way, he's likely to grab the jack here and bring it back for 3.
Yeah, you can see definitely a little bit nervous there. And he knows after what he saw last end.
And it was a 4-hand shot he played last hand. He's got no weaknesses with either hand. He knows that jack or the shot will be enough for him. So sitting either of those.
Yeah, jack in the ditch for 3.
Sit the shot for the single. That's all he needs, isn't he? He just needs to score on this end or
take the bowl out.
Yeah.
Yep. Any score here. Must score though, or we'll be shaking hands.
Will that bowl of Ian Lane stay back there by the figure 1, the number 1, or will he have to come back to the mat and play it? It all is down to this bowl from Ronald. He's going it. He's playing with weight. It looks pretty good. Yes!
Oh, what a bowl.
Saves game.
He's got the 2 metre mark covered. He's got 2 shots there at at least one anyway. And we see it doesn't matter. It's the one that he's worried about. And I think we'll see Lane say something to Ronald. Well, we didn't, but I'm sure he said good shot.
Just a clap there. Great sportsmanship.
Yeah.
I think Ian, he has to take this bowl out here.
That was all we bet it was. I was going to say we should have a look at that, but I've got to wait for this shot here. That's what we see. Ian Lane down at the mat sees it differently, but he's been down here to have a look. He's now got to beat that shot.
Backhand, straight at it. Remove the bowl to win the game. It's on its way.
And he's running. It's well lined. Or is he going to get some
He's
help?
got it.
He has got it. Oh, the finest of edges. And that's a great shot under pressure. He's now just exhaled for the first time in 15 seconds. And it is enough to bring that second set to level scores at 6-all. And Ian Lane, having won the first 7-6, is the winner of this game. A fantastic match between 2 players who are ranked quite low down in their division, but they've given us something great to talk about here today. Some wonderful shots from both these players, and it is Lane of Norfolk Island who beats Ji Hong Wong of Macau, China, winning the first set, drawing the second. We've got some highlights for you, and then we'll be back with our third match of the day.
Ka tuku mihi mātou a Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa kia koutou katoa koutai. Mai ki tēnei kaupapa hui huinga. Welcome to the Bowls New Zealand broadcast of the 2024 World Champion of Champions Singles, broadcasting live from the Browns Bay Bowling Club. My name is Alex Reid and I'm joined in commentary today by John Macbeth and Barry Lester. John, I'll get you to take us through what game we're going to see today.
We're at the last round of section play here in this World Champion of Champions Singles, and we're going to watch a Section 1 men's game, which will feature one of the favourites and one of the most outstanding current players around. That's Aizat of Malaysia, who is on top in the point section, and against him will be a young man who's certainly emerged during this event and the Oceania Challenge last week from the Cook Islands. It's Royden Anaro. So we've got one person, this guy here, who's been at the top for a wee while and is playing exceptionally well, and then in the green, a man who hopes to make his mark here today, and he certainly has so far. He's third on the table.
Barry, in your time, have you come across either of these players?
Yeah, I have. No, I know both these players pretty well. Also Aizat, but yeah, it's great to see just the youth out on the rink, isn't it?
Yeah.
At World Championship level. Great colour. They'll have their own individual styles and way of going about it. But yeah, it's great to see, for me, a player like Aizat, all the way from Malaysia, do so well, especially on the quick greens, and that's becoming more and more something of the modern player, being able to play really well on quick and slow greens and to be able to adapt. And these days, with a lot of good coaching and a lot of good education, we're seeing players adapt really well. It's good to see.
So we've got the blue bowls there of the player from the Cook Islands who's lost just one game so far, as has the Malaysian, this man, Aizat.
So the number crunching has been done, and both of these players are guaranteed to qualify for post-section. But this game is likely to be the difference between finishing in the top two or in third position. So the loser of this game is going to have to play another game this afternoon to either make the quarterfinals or not. So it's essentially a game to see who gets a bye straight into the quarterfinals and who has to play another one this afternoon. So important. But not the end of the world for the losing player.
It's definitely at that stage where other players are relying on other results as well. I was just chatting to my friend Ross Owen from Wales. He's waiting on a result that's happening now to decide whether he goes into a playoff or not. So he's sitting around with bated breath.
We saw Ross yesterday, Barry, and we commented on his delivery. Do you have any insights into that? I thought it looked a bit like Jason Greenslade's one with the cupping of the bowl.
Yeah, I think it's a great part of the game of bowls. You know, I think of Ian Taylor back in the day for Australia, and yeah, there's so many great different deliveries out there. And I said before that the name Scotty Scheffler in golf, you know, #1 player in the world, probably with the ugliest swing going around. So you've got to do the constants well, and we see a guy like Ross, balance, timing, tempo, all that, but he's definitely got his own way and style of doing it. And I've known Ross for probably close to 10 years in international bowls, and yeah, I like how people go about it their own way. But no, he's done a lot in international bowls, representing Wales for a long time, and see a great shot there from Royden. And yeah, hopefully he goes on to bigger honours too.
Just looking at those points tables, Malaysia, South Africa, Cook Islands in this Section 1, they've got identical records, having lost one and won 6 out of their 7. Section 2, England unbeaten, with, as you mentioned, Wales and Thailand at the moment the top 3, but hovering near is India, the same point situation of Thailand. And in Section 3, it's Australia, New Zealand and Canada. So that's a clear section there. Those 3 will finish 1, 2 and 3, or in the top 3. And in the women, Niue continues to lead Section 1, having lost just the 1 match. Norfolk Island in 2nd place and Tonga in 3rd. But Norfolk Island have played 1 more match. There's a Butte bowl coming in.
What a bowl.
Nice bright blue of Royden of Cook Islands.
You can see why these 2 players are right near the top of the ladder in this section. This has been an outstanding first end.
Bowl for bowl. Outside of that first bowl from Royden, it's been bowl for bowl. So hopefully that's the start of things to come.
Absolutely. Well, we'll look forward to that. That women's section too, Australia, after a slowish start, getting up there and losing just that one match, and India in second. The Indian representative was unbeaten for a while, lost today on an extra end of a tiebreaker, so she sits in second place ahead of Cook Islands. And in section 3, and Nunes did lose today, so that's her first loss, so she sits equal with England and South Africa in third place.
Are we going to see aggression here from Isaac?
We sure will. We saw it a couple of years ago at this same event. Just falling short there. Silver medal in the World Champions in 2022, and that's a big result there.
Oh, slice the jack back.
Two down to potentially two up here.
See there the jack in the ditch. It does look like at least a 1, probably a 2. And they've made the decision anyway, so we'll await the marker. 2 to Isaac on this first end. Very good result. It was in the area.
Yeah, we see there way down the green, as we mentioned earlier, dynamic, real dynamic force, delivery, pushing forward, down the green, getting that body weight, and nice hit. Nice drive, nice upshot.
See if we can relive that bowl shortly on the replay.
So you can see the right foot on the mat there, so it's generating the force, pushing forward, missing high, getting a secondary or a residual result on the way out, and a little bit fortunate to get that exact result, but in the area, and as the great man himself, Alex Marshall, would always say, just missing good areas.
Yes. That's a style to study, isn't it? Delivery is really low to the ground, stays down, and puts it, reasonably close.
And the conditions 2 years ago that Isaac would have experienced down there at Wellington when he was in the final of this event against Sam Tolchard were extremely different, very, very windy, and Sam Tolchard playing the match-winning bowl, driving to a bare jack to kill the end to win. So those memories would live on strong. He's back for vengeance a couple of years later.
Yep, sadly for him, Tolchard's not here. But everyone else will be suffering from it. Yeah, that was a great shot from Tolchard.
One of the great bowls to win a world title. That was.
And those were the conditions, drive or draw, and Sam backed himself and played it. So I'm sure we'll no doubt see some of that stuff in the coming days. Got to back yourself all the way.
So Royden on the mat now. He's just 21. He's been playing bowls for a few years, and was in that played the singles and the pairs at the Oceania Challenge, which was completed in Auckland a few days ago. He's based in lives in the Cook Islands, and they've got those couple of greens over there, both grass greens. I was chatting to some of the Cook Island people before, and they said probably 12 seconds they're running at there. But the good thing is that Royden has had an opportunity through the Oceania Challenge to get to grips with conditions, even though they were playing on artificial indoor surface for that. Got more chance of finishing in the zone. Just as weight.
Needs it to pull up.
Yep, puts all that information though in the computer up top and have it stored away ready for next time. A couple there to Isaac. Doubles his score to 4-0.
Lovely line.
Needs to stay on.
Yeah, just so the shot is still there for this young man. see where his 2 blue balls have gone, his first 2. If this one has that slight amount of adjustment, you could see the jack just move back a little bit. He could be looking in a very happy position.
Needs it to hold on. I'm not going to.
Quite narrow, hasn't he?
Just the weight in the green with that one.
Just didn't get a full extension in the delivery there. Just didn't quite get through it. Just slightly poked at that one. He could see that as soon as he let it go, Royden. He knew that. But he's got one left. I think this will have to try and change things, or I'll just leave the door open for Royden.
Same bowls that Isaac used in 9 he's using here at Browns Bay.
On a high line. Wants to at least achieve the second shot here. He's pushed it again. So, decisions now. Yeah. Do you just go real big and rip it out for 2? Or do you just step into it now?
Here we go. Trying to snare the jack, but not going to. And he might well be thinking, the other option might have been the best one, or the better one.
Yeah, hard
so here we go. Yeah, single shot there for Isaac. He now leads by 5-0.
Royden just standing there a little bit bemused. 5 down, a few ends to go, but now would be a good time to score if you're a Cook Island supporter.
Just a thought about. Yep, I'll take it out of 2 or 3 meters, see what it's like. Because there is a definite wind, almost head tail, but not quite. That's certainly not strong enough to worry the jack. Went straight down that centre line.
On the forehand.
So Matt looks to be up about 4 metres. And that's just going to fall short about 4 feet. Really good line though. Once again, you want to be getting your line early in the game of bowls. Feel your weight from there. Get a lot of confidence out of seeing that line and playing it. And make the minor corrections required with your weight, whether it be in your take away speed in your arm or how much body weight you're using. Nice start from Royden.
Good line, just keep tracking. Would we expect to see the greens? They sort of speed up a little bit as the day goes on, don't they, Barry?
Yeah, they do, and they dry out, and ideally, when the rain stays away, ideally, yeah, if the weather can stay the same throughout the day, the conditions generally will. But as the temperature does change, the elements change as well. Traditionally in Australia, especially on Tift Wharf Green, on the Gold Coast, we sort of say at 4, give it a yard more, because we know the grass is starting to cool off and stand up. And as the grass gets cooler, yeah, it just sort of loses its compactness. So, but that's pretty common anywhere around the world. But these greens, New Zealand, as anyone knows, that they're always, you're going to come over here and have to play really good touch bowls. But you can't expect to bring your Northern Hemisphere delivery potentially down to a Southern Hemisphere. And some of the world's best players have been able to do it on all surfaces. And you think of David Bryant, he had so much success outside of England. It was not funny. He just won everywhere he went, and that's what makes you a champion.
I think that was the pipe smoking that helped.
And the leg lift in the air.
Yeah.
Yeah, I often show David Bryant's delivery to people in my coaching clinics, and They said you're not allowed to use a pipe anymore.
Yeah.
So we won't be trying that. And then they see the knee lift and the real low setup, and they say, and he was the best in the world. I said, yep, the greatest of all time. So, yeah, once again, just goes to show everyone's built differently, but
Yeah. It's what they achieve at this end of the green.
and he sort of held the bowl fairly side on, did David Bryant, as well as Robbie Perella, and we see Lee Schreiner in this event holds the bowl quite side on. So yeah, everyone's built differently and they've got their own way of doing it, but I always think of Robbie Perella holding the bowl like that and just hardly ever missing when he drove. So
It was been traumatic for a number of New Zealanders over the years.
And for spectators.
Yeah.
Gee, flying jacks, but the power that he generated from a drive was extraordinary.
Yeah.
And he was quiet about it.
Yeah.
He'd go halfway up the track, wouldn't he, afterwards? Here we go. He's got such... His situation down the far end is that the way Royden's been playing, just a bit off his target, you'd think that Isaac would be holding 3, but he's in fact only got 1. So there's that one bowl just sitting in there that Isaac is trying to beat now to give himself 2.
It should be enough.
Yeah. Certainly now. So it's 2. It would take him to 7-0 after 4 ends. It's a big, impressive start.
And the first end, Royden played that brilliant shot to trail for 2, and big difference between maybe holding that 2 to go on to playing the game on your terms with the jack length and that, and now he finds himself potentially 7-0 down. Can he respond? Open draw.
Not sure. Just passing through.
So 1 under measure was the indication.
One conceded. And it is a 2 there, so 7-0 the score. Isatsu Kepley running away with this first set here. Remembering the stakes of this game are the loser is very likely to have to play a 4th round today to decide whether they make the quarterfinals tomorrow, the winner directly into the quarterfinals. Played tomorrow at Browns Bay. 4 rounds, of course, all broadcast live from 9 o'clock.
Well, we've often witnessed in a sets situation where someone can win that first set quite comfortably and then struggle in the second, so that'll certainly be in Royden's mind. Just got to stay focused, get into a rhythm, start scoring some shots.
Nice start here. Yeah, done well.
Very good bowl. Royden following Isaac down on the backhand. Will be hoping to draw past the head with this first bowl. That's fine there.
Well, certainly it needs to be over past the jack because he'll be seeking a bit of movement of the jack at some stage. So it comes into the tactics which I'm sure you discuss in your coaching, Barry. Shot selection, planning, the game of chess on the green, isn't it? You know, so my opponent's got a front toucher there, and so I probably can't outdraw that. The jack will come back if it gets a touch of any sort, so I need to be over the jack. Set myself up for maybe my 2nd or 3rd shot, or for my opponent to be a bit wayward and send it back.
Yeah, future planning plays a big part, trying to be one step ahead, and that's the same with marking as well. You got to be prepared for what the player may ask and be ready for the call, and singles is definitely that case where if you're down a front toucher like that first objective. Definitely got to get a bowl past. Royden's got to at least win the tee, though, if he does get past. I'm not sure if he's got that. I think maybe just a change up for Royden wouldn't hurt, especially getting closer to that second set. Maybe just feel out the forehand. He played that beautiful trail earlier on the forehand. Maybe just feel it out, because you might need to play that hand in the new set.
Be interesting to see the jack. Oh, we'll go to that camera actually. This overhead view here is quite handy. There's probably a big enough distance between Isaac's bowl and the jack. You could get unlucky and chip it out with very little jack movement.
Yeah.
It'd be easier if it was touching, wouldn't it?
And this is where coaching comes into play in these events as well. To be able to say, Royden, give the forehand a go, turn the bowl off, trail the jack around the corner. You know, you did it earlier. Just some guidance, just some information. Whereas he's played 2 ineffective bowls with his first 2, and he's still fighting it with his third. But
I suppose he's cut it down to 1. But his next shot, you would think, would be with a bit more aggression. Change hands, forehand. You know, not much to lose there.
Well, he has to, you know, you're 7-0 down. You've got to try and find a way to score on this end, or the next 2 ends are just for practice. So something needs to change here.
yeah, he could run the shot bowl out clean for 1, or get it square through the jack. He's got the back 2 waiting. But I don't think Isaac will be looking to get anywhere near this from a target perspective.
Happy to sit with 1. Needs it to keep running, which it will do. It's a handy bowl.
Jeez, another.
It's just about, the jack could just about bounce off that.
And also, even if it is killed, he's got probably the 3 closest bowls to the 2 metre.
Here we go, forehand with weight. He needs the shot bowl clean. He's very close.
Oh,
Gee.
great try. Lovely effort.
Yep. Won't do him any harm to get that one out of the system. Was on target. But he drops a single here. It goes to 8-0 after 5 ends. He'll be disappointed with his weight for those for all of his bowls on that end. 2 a couple of metres over, and then 1 half a metre short. Just not putting pressure on his opponent.
Yeah, when Isaac played that first bowl and the way the bowl and jack did lay, I think the percentages were forehand. And Royden chose to use his last bowl to get the shot. I think he's got to go back and try and reflect as much as he can on that first end. He played a decent end. Use that moving forward.
Yeah, well, I mean, in reality, Royden played the first end better than Isaac did, and Isaac got a good result. He missed wide on his forehand. And we've not really seen Royden reach those levels since then in this match. It's like it knocked the stuffing out of him, so to speak, with that last bowl of Isaac's on the first end.
Yeah, and Isaac's letting him in really. Outside of that first bowl last end, his effective rate hasn't been that great the last 3 ends. And sometimes it's sort of you can succumb to the environment. So when there's not much pressure on you, you get on the mat and don't feel like you have to keep performing at a high level, and you can do what Isaac's done with his first there. So this is a big opportunity for Royden. Try and pick up a multiple, back-to-back multiples to try and win back some momentum in this set.
So just going back to that previous end, with Isaac had the front toucher, Royden had 2 a couple of metres over, or almost on the 2 but just past. Would you, if you'd been his coach, you would have encouraged him to have a go with his third?
Yeah, I think
he
wasted one on the back end with his third. I think he needed to try and change it with his third. But that's the journey he's on as a 21-year-old.
Yeah.
It's exciting, great technique. And gets the ball away great. Now he's a bit different to Isaac. He likes to move forward and come up a bit more. Probably, watching back in this footage, might say to himself, might try and just maybe stay down a little bit longer, try and complete the delivery a little bit more, and then work my way up.
You watch this from Isaac to Kipley, very grooved delivery.
And then he comes up. So you make sure the delivery's completed.
It's got that little twist to the hand. That was popular for a while, wasn't it? On the backswing, just to twist the hand around as if you would when you swing your arms when you're walking.
Yeah, a few Malaysians have done that over the years. I'm thinking that stems back to some coaching they had a while ago, twisting the hand in. But some of the greatest players of all time have done it. I think of Karen Murphy, Kelvin Kirko. Kelvin had a big, strong twist inward. Yeah, so, and it is the natural movement for the hand. It wants to fall inwards. Great shot from Royden. That's going to help. So sometimes it's good just to let your body moving into its natural position.
That's the argument I've heard in favour of it. When I've questioned people, well, why? I go, well, if you swing your arms around when you're walking, it tends to twist a little bit on the backswing just naturally.
So Isaac coming down to see for himself, because as we can see for ourselves, if he doesn't put this bowl in the right spot, his opponent has a chance of ripping out that shot bowl or that bowl of his for 4. And 8-4 looks quite a bit better going into the last. But I'm sure that Isaac, with his skill, will be in the zone.
Yeah, you can see there 3 out of the 4 bowls nearest to the jack are Royden. So big bowl required here from Isaac, really, because if he doesn't change this head, Royden can look to maybe try and sit that bowl for 4.
Just hear a bit of wind in the FX mic.
Oh, he doesn't like it, I don't think, does he?
No, he thinks it's good. He goes for a walk when he thinks it's close.
Yep.
Needs to slow down. Doesn't want to put those two together. Doesn't want to put them together. Well, maybe. Maybe he might have a run at those. I don't know. I don't know Royden's game well enough, but you could go 1, 2 and sit for 4.
This shot indicates he's given the set, well, essentially thinking I can't score a 4 on this end, which means the set's not going to go my way, but I'll try and settle down.
Draw for 2.
It's just about trying to take some momentum through to the next set now for Royden.
Well, that might have
just been one. Might have been the shot he's just drawn, is it? With that.
one it is.
One it is. So for the first time in this match, we'll see a score going on to the right-hand side of our cards. It's a single to Royden from the Cook Islands, and it's 8-1.
I'd like to see Royden play a length here, something new, just as a bit of a trial and error. Just something new, just to maybe he needs in his kit bag for the next set.
So it's an end with no consequences, isn't it? Because the set's gone, so you get 4 bowls to practice.
And I like that. So he's going to lose the jack, but I like the intent. He's actually said, I'm going to try ditch to ditch, maybe get a feel for that, take something out of that into the second set. Hasn't come off, but the intent was there.
I like that, Barry. You got a positive out of a pretty negative situation.
Yeah, you could see even the way he put that mat down, he rolled that jack. He really wanted to do something different there, and outside of the mat position, the jack's going to be where he wants it. So, and then you've got the complacency of Isaac knowing, well, I don't really care. I'll make one up. Obviously he cares, but I mean, to a certain degree, there is a complacency there for him. He's just thrown the jack as well. But I think there's got to be some good learnings for Royden here. As we see, majority of his bowls in this game being backhand. I'd like to see him feel out the forehand. It might be the nucleus to get him back into this match. Yeah, try and gain as many learnings as you can in these situations. There's no consequences, like you say, Alex, but worst case scenario is you drop a couple more shots. That's okay, but at least take some learnings.
Very good first bowl. I remember we saw that a lot from Isaac in 2022 when the World Champs was at Nine Bowling Club. His first bowl very often was about there.
Yeah.
Put pressure on his opposition right from the start of the end, and he fought his way back, if I remember rightly, in that final, John. I seem to recall Sam Tolchard played very well in the first set and defeated Isaac comfortably, and then we saw a remarkable turnaround. He started playing a lot of very effective bowls, and it just went, he literally held the world title, and it was just through Sam Tolchard's
Sensational shot.
I think
Yeah.
sheer willpower really is how the
Yes.
bowl felt. That was taken away from him. Tiny target, very windy conditions. The full butted drive was incredibly impressive.
So Tolchard came over here and played, was it last summer in the Nationals, Alex?
New
Or the
Zealand
summer?
Fours,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, with Mike Kernahan and a couple of others.
Made a semi-final.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think when he came over for the championships, he made
Yeah, that's right.
made some friends.
Yeah.
And, it's good to see. It's a long way, but why not?
Yep.
Everyone's telling me about the Taranaki Fours.
Yes, yeah.
I'm going to have to put that on the list.
Oh, good.
25 end games of fours.
Yeah,
2
so
games a day. You have a break after 12 ends for a cup of tea or something stronger.
some tuna sandwiches.
Yeah. Asparagus rolls. It's great. Entries are up this year, I believe, at the Taranaki Fours.
Yeah, I think 2026 is the year for me.
I'm sure you'll probably get someone who'll play with you, Barry.
Yeah, I'll be put my hand up.
Yep.
Looking forward to it. Hopefully it all works in. It's
Yeah.
during the week, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, during the week. Goes, might be a 5-day event or a 6-day event, depending on how you go. But, great. It's the biggest fours event in the country and has consistently been the biggest one for about 50 years. Oh, we're seeing an attacking bowl here.
Yeah, good. Jack in the ditch. Or both bowls.
Bang, bang. Thank you for coming.
Yep. And it's still one down. But
Yeah. Jack in the ditch with the toucher.
There it is.
Yep.
Dot the marker. Just going to put the bowl and jack marker on the end of the rink there.
Here's a good practice for you, Isaac. Draw to the ditch here. Or push the second shot out.
There's one of the, I mentioned it earlier, but the Browns Bay Bowling Club, their greens have very nice even coverage all the way through. So the bowl doesn't pick up speed as it gets near the end of the ditch. Often in New Zealand we see, as the greens have been renovated, the green is sort of almost up in the middle and runs down towards the ditch, so you get within 2 or 3 feet of the ditch and your bowl feels like it's picking up speed. You don't get that here. And it was a 2 on that final end of the first set, and Royden will be pleased it's over and looking forward to the second set of 7 ends now. Lost the first one shot to 10, but an opportunity to make amends in the next 7 ends.
Yep, a new game, as we constantly say. You can be against it, up against it, and suddenly things change for you. Quick chat to his teammate from the Oceania Challenge. I was just chatting to him before about Royden and what his plans might be. He said, because you don't get much competition in the Cook Islands, he said, so the Oceania Challenge was good for him to get to understand what it means to be in that intense competition. And I said, any thoughts of maybe going to the Aussie Open or something like that? And he said, I'm encouraging him to get over there and just sample, different conditions, white hot quality of play, and then take, the learnings that he gets from that into his play for the next season. So we'll see if he does it.
No negatives really, is there?
No.
Yeah, it's good to write down anything you want to achieve, I believe. It's always makes you sort of stay more accountable. Write things down, events you want to play in, things you want to achieve, and then any training in line with that, write them down. When do you want to train? How long for? What does it look like? That accountability is so important. Got to put in the hard work.
I always enjoyed occasionally have Joe Edwards and Dave Edwards on commentary with us at Bowls New Zealand, and we were talking to her about drills in the lead up to events, and she said I'd always set myself a drill to finish with, and I wouldn't go until I had achieved it. And if that meant I was there for another half hour or hour, so be it, because it emulates the sort of pressure you can find in a real world situation. I enjoy that. There's a bit of commitment there, you know. I can understand if it's cold or rainy and you need to be somewhere for a meeting and you're struggling to finish this drill, it would be easy just to go, oh well,
Yeah.
I'll put it in the bag and go home. But Jo always made sure that she completed it and set herself that little challenge.
Needs to get on the board here early, or at least prevent his opponent from scoring multiples.
Good bowl.
That's the one he's been looking for.
Yeah. Wow, will this be a turn? And he gets one bowl that falls in. You see this back one here of Isaac's. I thought that was going to teeter in, but no, it stayed semi-upright. Tips for youngsters too, or any bowlers. I had a read of Kelvin Kirko's book recently. Some good stuff in there. I mean, he's got a great story anyway, hasn't he? And here's a top shot.
Great shot.
Put one in there and then it's undone.
Just went around the jack.
Yeah, one of my favourites, Kelvin. He was very good for me when I first came into the Australian team. We roomed together, and yeah, he was always great with his time and such a larrikin and just a ripping bloke to be around. And I've read his book a couple of times actually, and spent time with him fairly regularly, and a lot of knowledge. And I've always said with anyone young or anyone getting involved in bowls or anything, to help your qualifications, you've got to do your education, and there's some really good books out there, and now we've got a lot of games on TV we can watch, training, exercise, etc. So there's a lot of resources out there now, and to be qualified, you got to do your trade certificate, and in there you got to do your trade school, and download John Snell's Winning Bowls. That's a good book too. Good PDF there online. Some great resources. So,
What do you think that conversation was about? He's holding one, Isaac, and he just spoke to his coach, and they've made a decision. Saw some arms waving. Might be that he's thinking of playing the backhand, which is to the right on your screen.
Yeah, maybe. Might be. They might actually be chatting a little bit about how when he had those few loose ends in that sort of second half of that first set, might be just trying to catch up on some time, or potentially try and change this shot up for. Oh, he's not happy with the wind.
No. I don't know if it was the wind. Right, here we go.
Do you take a risk? It's N1. You're down one. You can sit the ball for two. Jack back. You're a good chance. Do you take a risk? Or
if there's a time to take a risk, it should be now.
I think so. Yeah, that's why I raised the question. I think you can afford to poke into this. I think.
Oh. The ice cream truck's going away. Sorry to distract from the bowls, but that's a calamity.
Boysenberry was a popular choice apparently.
Right. So forehand probing maybe for that shot bowl. Let's see.
It's not going to get down from up there. I think that was a bowl with 3 or 4 objects in mind from Royden. I'm not sure if he was entirely sold on what he was playing.
So the pattern remains. It's Malaysian doing the scoring, apart from on one end in the previous set. He gets to a 1-0 lead after the first of the second set. The championship getting towards that stage where we know who has made quarterfinals, and tomorrow we'll have one men's and one women's quarterfinal, and then we'll have the two finals later in the day. Keeping the jack long again. Matt's not that far out at all, so Isaac's quite happy with this.
Yeah, he definitely is, John. He's been able to nail the jack with his first delivery on a couple of occasions in this direction on his backhand, so he's conscious of that, rolling the jack long.
How's this?
Pretty good again.
First bowl just had a camera shot, but perfectly in line. Royden on his backhand as well.
Yeah, missing high. He's done that on a couple of occasions and got good weight. That's always a bit frustrating.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, well, let's watch for the correction here from this masterful player, Isaac of Malaysia. He's lost just the one game in the competition to date. He made the final in the previous time these were held in New Zealand a couple of years ago at Nainai.
Lovely bowl.
Yeah, identical line.
Yeah.
Been a very successful country, Malaysia, in the world of bowls. We spoke about it, John. They didn't, not unlike India. There was no bowls in Malaysia before the Commonwealth Games came knocking at the door, and got themselves set up and have had a lot of successful players in the last 10-15 years. New Zealand national singles was run, women's singles was won in consecutive years by Malaysian representatives. About 10 years ago, 15 years ago, I think. And continue to be a force on the world scene.
Yeah, I played in Malaysia once and played at the venue the Commonwealth Games was in 1998, and yeah, it was Buka Kiara, unreal venue, indoor, outdoor. Not quite the speed of the greens that suited me, but I tried to combat it best of my ability. I took my first Australian delivery. When I say first Australian delivery, until I'd played on greens like that in Malaysia, I was very much a pendulum bowler, a very static delivery bowler, and once I learnt to become a more of a bodyweight player, and I had to change my technique. I went over there and got found out very badly. But yeah, we also played on the indoor at Bayamis as well, where they do a lot of the training. They've got indoor outdoor facilities. Their facilities are quite good, so but the training and the effort and the program they put in is very, very, very sort of strict and very well run, so you can see that they get the reward for it.
Certainly, yep. Lots of titles internationally for the Malaysian bowls teams over the years. Well, there's not much that's in the zone there for the Cook Islands youngster, but he's still got the opportunity.
Yeah,
Oh, he's on his forehand.
Yeah, arriving, I think. Yes, he is. You see,
Yeah. Looking for a slide off that. Oh, no. Oh, he misses everything. Gosh. Well, he had the opportunity to get both inside one and outside on the other, and might have taken them both out, and he would have landed with a 2 or 3, but instead he's a couple down. And Isaac of Malaysia moves to 3-0 ahead.
Doing everything right to ensure that he doesn't play another round today. Isaac, he wants to just qualify directly into the top 2 in a section and then worry about the quarterfinals tomorrow.
It's quite interesting when you consider what we're watching here to what we watched in the previous game. These two who are 2 out of 3 in the top 3 at the moment. The other game we saw, they were both towards the bottom of their game, and yet we saw a close and it wasn't poor bowls at all. It was some really fine drawing and some good run shots and some great tactics. So just you can never tell, can you, what you're going to get. You could have the two best players playing and you get a game which doesn't grab you, and you get the opposite end.
And that's sectional play for sure, John.
Yeah.
And I'm definitely not taking anything away from these players, but they might not have been as successful in another section, or they might have been more successful in another section, and you might get pulled with players that match up with you really well, and vice versa. So that is definitely sectional play, and that's where seeding comes into it a lot, and all that. So I know at World Champs and Com Games and stuff, where when those draws sectional comes out, you're hoping all the best teams in the world are in there.
Well, you hope all the best teams are on one group and you're in the other.
Yeah, and
you're the one best team player in the other. Yeah.
I remember New Zealand, where there was two sections, and the top two sections went through in the World Bowls fours, and the semi-final was New Zealand, Scotland, and our semi-final was Australia, USA. And I'm definitely not taking anything away from the USA guys, and Charlie Herbert, who's here, he was in that team, and my mate Lauren Dion and Aaron Zangle and that. But yeah, we knew that by rank and by seed, we'd favour playing America versus New Zealand on their home greens, and obviously Alex Marshall and Paul Foster in the men's fours. So we played USA, had a win, and New Zealand had a huge win over Scotland, something like 20 shots, and then we felt Ali Forsyth's wrath in the final of the men's fours. So, but yeah, sometimes that's the way the sectionals fall, but obviously they're all great teams. But sometimes it's more of a match-up thing. Some teams just match up better against each other, and so on. So,
yep, good point. Long stride, big stretch forward, doesn't he? Arm extended, and then you'll have a look at Royden, who's more of just a flick. Totally different. Here we go, back for three. Ooh, yes.
Yeah, stalks the bowl. Why's that? Royden, well, just something probably within around that 2 feet mark. You see his shirt there, his shorts, the wind's getting up a little bit.
Not convinced at this stage, but if he's got the weight, maybe he'll be able to hold his bowl up. Needs it to hold.
Played it well. Deserves second, I feel.
Sit against the bias.
Almost.
He may have even drawn the shot there. It's level with the jack. Dot tell us maybe. Royden doesn't know. Just standing there. Good to see we've got a spectator hanging over the fence.
Yeah, nothing better. I'm a big fan of that. You go to some bowls clubs and they've got these big high fences.
Yeah,
and
keep out almost.
Yeah, and the car park says private parking, and it's like, my goodness, don't you want more members? So that's great. I took photos as soon as I arrived here this morning. I said, what an inviting venue.
Good.
Gates, signage, very busy traffic as we see today. You can see the cars in the background. It's a very inviting facility for people to come past, check out the action, or come in and enjoy it for yourself. So great to see. Nice shot. Covers the trail.
So the marker did indicate that, as you can see there, that Isaac has the shot. Red marker goes up.
Might see some weight here.
Yeah.
Bowl or jack.
What vast, two totally different deliveries, aren't they? As we watch it flick off here, no, nothing.
Fascinating decision. I mean, I'm not sure what was on the back end. Either maybe a dead draw inside out off your blue bowl for one, but very hard shot to play for Royden. But bit surprised that we didn't see a different shot selection there. Unless he's holding one. But Dot doesn't think he has usually already walked up to the other end of the rink.
Yeah, no. She won't be doing any measuring.
No.
Oh, there we are. So the march continues for Isaac Zukepli. leading 4-0 now after 3 ends, I think. Yep, that's what it says on the scoreboard.
Righto, Royden, you've given him a good sense of security. Now you pull out all stops, get in there.
Yeah, I mean, it's not over, but something needs to change. Royden won't.
And sometimes that comes from your opponent being on top and just a gear slip somewhere along the line and a lapse of concentration. So you've got to be ready to pounce if you can. He's definitely a bit uptight about the breeze, isn't he?
Yeah, and I must admit, with all his experience, I probably didn't expect that.
No.
But yeah, as you mentioned right off the get-go this morning, John, around about the gate and the clubhouse and that, maybe he's just trying to get a bit better of a feel for it. And I'm not quite sure where he's played over the last few days, but might be a little bit foreign to him playing on this rink. There's one thing we do have a lot in Australia is clubhouses, especially huge 2 or 3 story clubhouses sometimes, right up against the club, right up against the green, and it's actually my biggest pet hate in bowls, because you're not getting the full natural environment to play the game. For me, I love playing on a green nowhere near a clubhouse, but hence the reason Green 4 is a very well liked green at Broadbeach, where they play all the major events.
Yeah.
It's quite right out in the open and not really affected by anything. But once again, they're the conditions you have to deal with. But you have to read them to a certain degree as well and feel for them. And I love the one at Tweed Heads when a plastic cup gets blown around and it does 360 circles.
Yeah.
And I said, if that plastic cup's getting blown around in 3 seconds, 360 degrees, what chance have we got?
What's my bowl going to do?
Close your eyes.
Yeah.
And then you see that at other venues as well, just the wind swirling around, and it's the same for everyone, of course. But for Royden, he's just got to. I think he's just got to find some positive energy here. Maybe show to Izzat a little bit, that he's in the fight here, just to try and you said it too, John. Maybe he's not going to potentially play this good for this long, and straight away 2 bowls 6 feet away.
Yeah. And constantly sort of looking up at the sky and at the flags and letting the conditions worry him. And if Royden's onto it, he'll sense that.
On the forehand.
Good line.
Yeah.
He's doing just enough, isn't he? That's a good bowl. So it's a counting bowl, means it has to be beaten.
Yeah, still a bit of room there. You'd like to think Royden can find a foot of weight. Correct his line.
I think that would have felt quite good coming out of his hands.
Look good. Chance here.
Beautiful line. Don't think he's done quite enough to secure the shot. And Dot indicating, yes, still 1 to Izzat Kepley.
I should just like him now to play like Ronald did in the previous game, from Macau, China, to come around there on the forehand and just sit onto that bowl that's behind, which is the shot, and see the 3 lollipops go up. That's for Royden we're talking. We've still got this bowl to go from Izzat. Just requires something to give him a bit of a buzz.
He's on the good line here.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to actually open this jack up though. Oh, he's going to cover it. It's a great shot.
That's lovely.
Beautiful bowl. Yeah. Holding a very nice 2 now. Nothing to hit for Royden.
Just needs a foot of weight. Royden, draw the shot.
Yeah.
4-1. Grab a mat. Grab some length. Get things back in your terms.
Sometimes you wish you could ask the marker to give you a foot. Just I can't see the jack. Where is it? Give me a foot. Right. Let's see what he can do. Just as Barry Lester said, just adding on a foot. That flick of the fingers as he lets it go. Now sends it down, seeking just a foot on it last.
In the area.
Chance.
Yeah.
Connection.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, unlucky. Well, enough to give him some heart, though, because those bowls are about as close as he's been consistently in any one end. He'll be frustrated as he kicks the bowls back. He's thinking bad thoughts.
Oh, just been a fascinating game. I mean, Royden started the first end. He was incredible. You know, it was an incredible standard. We had seven good bowls, 6 good bowls, and Isaac got a lucky result on his forehand with weight. And Royden just he's not really fired. We've seen flashes of brilliance, but at this stage it's looking like it's going to be a 4th game played this afternoon for Royden, and he'll be hoping to find better form in that playoff than what he's found here. Oh, he's waving to someone. Let's see how far up the...
Yeah, I saw some bowls being played earlier today, and yeah, they were just running on.
That's quite incredible. John and I fancied ourselves to be okay at bowls. We've played a little bit, and we popped out yesterday afternoon onto this green in front of us, and I said, we'll have a bowl each. And we were just playing from the 2 metre to the 2 metre, and I let go of my bowl on the back end, came out as smooth as silk and thundered into the ditch. I thought,
same here.
that's great from the commentary team. We've gone ditch with our 2 bowls, but
We heard about it.
easier to talk about the bowls, isn't it, John?
Absolutely, God.
Now deliveries were good, so there's a positive.
There we go. No, he's just failing to make connections. That's a handy position for him, though.
Yeah, scoring zone. That's where you want to be.
He's having a chat and a chew at the same time.
Keeps his lead foot nice and clear of his
Yes.
delivery hand.
I like that style. And then you have a look at his opponent, and it's just as an effective sort of bowler, but it's a vastly different, isn't it? And particularly, I think the fact that Royden bounces out of his delivery so quickly.
I'm intrigued he's got very little backswing for someone on slow greens.
There we go. Watch this.
Yeah, definitely what we call a push bowler, and he's drawing off his weight. He'd be similar to like a Ben Twist on the slow greens.
That's right.
He'd be looking to create the force from his body weight. Lovely shot
well.
there. And Ben openly says Ben spent a bit of time with him that he gets his weight off his back foot, presses forward, and great player Ben Twist.
Yeah, he's another one that's incredible to watch with cups the bowl and sort of all on the push through. Ian Taylor, you mentioned before, is my favourite delivery of all time. I would encourage anyone tuning in, if you've got a passing interest in bowls, just to go into YouTube and type Ian Taylor bowls. I can't explain what the delivery is like, but it's worthwhile watching. And note how smooth it comes out of his hand. He never used to wobble the bowl.
No, very smooth, but Ian Taylor right through his delivery, balanced, great timing, tempo, smooth release. He just had his own little way of doing it, Ian. We'll leave it there for those that want to check out Ian Taylor. But great fella, Aussie legend in lawn bowls, and it was good to see someone with his type of delivery do so well. And yeah.
Okay, Royden, 1 to go.
Opportunity to score a 2 here, and that would make the difference. Only 4 shots. I mean, it's not feeling great, the flow of this game, but if he could score a 2, you're only 4 down, 2 ends to go. Chances.
Needs to hold. Yeah, he's played this well.
Well, he might get a 3. He might squirt it back this way.
Beautiful bowl.
Yeah.
So put the mat down where that jack is.
Yeah.
And play the same length.
Good call.
Would you like to pop out of the commentary booth and just maybe if you say it loud enough?
So don't kick them too far. Leave the bowls where they are for a marker.
No, it's going back. Maybe he's just clearing it, and then we'll see the mat pulled up. But
just take the mat up, take it up, take it up.
Oh, I don't like your chances, Barry. Great try.
Now, don't put this jack on the tee where Isaac's been putting it.
So what you're basically saying was, you've got that length, now let's just keep it there. But he's done exactly what you said.
It's like you're screaming into the abyss sometimes, isn't it? For the difference, this is the second to last end, so a draw's not good enough for Royden. He needs to score a 3 and a 2.
Because now what we'll see is he puts
Probably draw a
3 or
toucher.
4. Yeah.
And we'll just go off
Yeah,
here.
okay. Yeah, to hell with it. Oh, look.
No, so he's put his bowl down pretty much to the length he nailed it with his last bowl.
last one.
So
Exactly right. So
muscle memory is everything.
Yep.
Everything. Yeah, and I think of Steve Glasson, 9-time Australian indoor singles winner. Same length, same hand, robot machine. 9 Australian indoors, just an unbelievable achievement. And everyone, it's iconic, knows how he did it. Ditch to ditch, one side of the rink. Unreal to see, unreal to watch.
Yeah. He's had a lifetime involvement, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolute legend, all-time great of our game worldwide, and it was great to play under Glass as a coach too. Really good with all the off-green stuff too. Really good person to have in your corner. And coaching, that's where it's so important. Some of these athletes will choose to work with coaches or go out on their own, and nice correction here.
Well, there's one of the two.
I've got my little coach, Nathan Rice, helps me strike a golf ball better.
Does he?
He's a beautiful golfer.
Yeah.
So he helps me, gives me a few tips. We talk a bit of golf. So just a correction of weight required here from Izzat. Well, not quite. So can Royden pounce again here? Get one in now. Force a bit more pressure onto Izzat.
He needs 5 shots and 2 ends. It doesn't really matter if he goes to 2 and a 3 or a 3 and a 2.
But a 2 here is what he really wants, because he's got one nice one there, and he should have that, as you say, Barry. Muscle memory should be good. He's whistling.
Good try.
Just stayed up on the paddock.
Okay.
Third time lucky for Tu Kepley here on his backhand. It's a good guide, that short bowl that sits at 2 o'clock to the jack. Around that, he'll be close.
So this has to be a multiple here from Royden. He'll be chasing him
Just got
pretty
to,
much
yeah.
a maximum last end.
Not sure about the release.
So Izzat's, did that go into the ditch the last
Yeah,
one?
flying into the ditch. This bowl could be fortuitous if it lands.
Wrong side. Oh, it might be enough. Okay, so
Hard to tell. See if Dot gives us an indication. The rink marker for this round. Resplendent in her umpire's uniform. No, I think it's just the one.
yeah. Well, disappointing there for Royden. He was, well, as Barry Lester talked about, you know, where he probably, or he certainly was recommending that when you've won an end, you just put the mat down where the bowls ended up. And so it's a bit of a change up for a length in a game, and it's one that you were happy with coming in that direction, so why not do it? And then the second recommendation from Barry was, okay, well, don't throw the jack down to where Izzat was enjoying it. So he did that, and now he might not even have the shot. Oh yes, he still Still has the shot, but it's only one. He needs to have a big final end in this to force this into a tiebreaker.
So 3 the difference. So full count required. Draw's no good here for Royden. So very important. Every bowl he plays is going to be very important here. They all have to be counting, and look, well, they're going to measure. He may not even have the one shot.
Oh.
And the game would at that stage be done and dusted, but they'll play the last end just in case there's a challenge with the count back. I think Isaac perhaps being
well in.
a bit optimistic there, just hoping to have the game finished at 1 to Royden. So 3-6 the score. It's the final end of the second set.
Okay, did Royden see Ronald's bowl from the last game? The trail for 4.
We've seen a 4.
Did Royden see that shot?
I don't know, but Ronald certainly did. I chatted to him afterwards. I'd said to you during the game that he said, "Oh no, not me for the television."
Yeah.
And I said to him, "And you told me that." Oh, he said, "I'm so thrilled." Why that 4? He said, "Did you see the 4?"
Yeah. Yeah.
He was just a big grin on his face, and then, as he said, bad luck for me, because it was a fluky sort of shot that. Oh no, it wasn't, was it? But he played well enough to win that end and win the set, therefore, and force it into a tiebreaker.
Mm-hmm.
But he was just, he said, "I played as well as I can." Well, that's all you ask, isn't it?
Nice shot.
Well, this is how you start. It's in a catch. Well, it's now in a catching position.
Yeah, inside the yard area. All right, is there a little curveball coming our way, maybe? Is that coming off a fairly loose end? One bowl inside a yard, last end.
Still
Clearly not liking the wind.
It's
It's
interesting,
just
isn't it?
frowning and uncomfortable with it.
Well, this is nothing compared to 9-9.
Oh, yeah, that's
on
right.
the
Nothing
forehand.
compared to 9-9.
No, and he made the final at 9-9.
Yep.
He's absolutely exasperated with that bowl. It's fallen well short.
So Royden, you'd like to think after this bowl will be holding 2 of the 4 he needs.
Pressure does funny things.
If his weight's
You'd be
okay,
up.
he'll be in the zone.
Oh, it needs to
He's not
hurry.
he's not going to be there, is he? Oh, gosh.
That's not ideal. Technically holding 2, but at this stage you'd be pretty surprised if that was counting at the conclusion of this end.
You can see the shorts there of Royden and the laminated signs in the background flapping around. Wind just getting up.
Isaac on the forehand.
Going to get tied up in the zone. Not quite. Whoa.
That's well navigated.
That would have
isn't it?
really got him going, wouldn't it?
Oh, that's a fair, yeah.
Yeah.
What a bowl.
Yeah, good.
And that's pretty much it, right? You have to try and find a way. You just can't afford to have short bowls if you're looking for a 4. It just
No.
makes it so challenging.
Yeah, get another one around it now and just try and create something with your last sit and stay or something.
Literally almost have to do something crazy like hit the short bowl square and pray for some weird sort of result.
Or
this
trail
is a
the jack
lovely
for
third
2.
shot.
Oh, what a shot.
Beautiful bowl, and he'll be ruining that second one.
Yes, so he could potentially be having 3 out of the 4 nearest bowls here. But we'll see where this finishes. Staying on the forehand. He's just got to beat that front blue no matter what he does.
Gone around on this occasion. Now I can see a 3, but I think you'd have to turn the lights out and move some bowls around if you were looking for a 4.
Yeah, I like that. So forehand. Sit the bowl and stay.
It's tracking all right.
Just holding out.
So there we are. There's a A game which has gone the way of Isaac. He won the first set 10-1. He leads the second 6-3. One bowl remains down by the mat, but it's not significant, and Isaac will win this and go on and be at least top of the table, the men's section 1. So he is at the top, South Africa second, Cook Islands third, or that position is to be determined. Other games still playing, and we'll shortly know, and you'll be able to find that out on the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page and website as to who plays whom in the next round here. We're into quarterfinal stage. We'll have 2 games for you tomorrow from the quarterfinals. We'll have 2 finals tomorrow afternoon, and that will wrap up this wonderful World Bowls Champion of Champions singles. Some highlights from this game, and then we look forward to your company again tomorrow.